All right, I'm going to call the Kalamazoo County Committee of the Whole, June 6th, 2023 to order. First on the agenda is roll call.
Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gissler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer. Here. Commissioner Morales is absent. Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs.
Here.
Chair Taylor.
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler. Here. 8 present.
Okay, and Commissioner Morales did call me and say she'll be at the 7 o'clock meeting, but she had a conflict for tonight or for the 4 o'clock. Next up is public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name and address, and you have up to 4 minutes.
I wish you didn't. All right. Well, I am speaking once again for the taxpayers of Kalamazoo County. The majority are entirely opposed to the YWCA's request for $100,000 of our tax dollars for abortions and the mutilation and technological reconstruction of human beings. I can only just add that, well, I'll just narrow it down. Abortion and transgender ideology are both pushed by the wealthy and the elite. For example, the Pritzker family, Governor Pritzker of Illinois, and they're all, their fortune is based in the Hyatt Hotel chain. And then we have Mr. Stryker of the Arcus Foundation, and lots of money coming from those specific places. So anyway, when this stuff filters down to the poor, the young, and the uneducated, it poses many more problems than it would pose for Governor Pritzker's brother, who transformed into a woman when he was, after he had 3 kids and was married. And if you want to do that, fine, but not innocent children. So myself and many taxpayers are strictly opposed to this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other citizens wishing to address the Board of Commissioners? Seeing none, Administrator Catlin, can you advise if there's any pre-recorded or anybody online?
Yes, Chair. Tonight, we have 2 recorded calls for the Committee of the Whole, and Dina will share those shortly.
Budget process, I strongly oppose giving any money to the YWCA Reproductive Health Fund. Although the YWCA claims to be a Christian organization, almost all of the services which its Reproductive Health Fund offers are against the Catholic religion and other Christian religions. Those services include abortion, artificial contraception, gender-affirming care, and any doula care which supports those services. As people have stated during previous public comment sections, abortion is the intentional killing of an unborn child. Surgically, it can be done through a vacuum process and or dismemberment process. Chemically, it can be done with certain pharmaceuticals which cause severe cramping, bleeding, clotting, and diarrhea as the pregnancy tissue is expelled from the mother's womb through her vagina. Through abortion, an unborn child who has done nothing wrong is given a violent death sentence. Do you think that's reproductive justice? It doesn't have to be that way. There are pregnancy care centers such as Alternatives of Kalamazoo, which provide life-affirming services such as free pregnancy tests and ultrasounds, and client education and support. They also provide post-abortion healing on physical, emotional, and spiritual levels. The YWCA at increasing access to abortion, artificial contraception, gender-affirming care, and doula care is part of their racial equity framework. However, every time they provide a voucher to a person of color for a free abortion, they are limiting the growth of that segment of the population. I know that's not their intent, but it is one of the outcomes. The Kalamazoo County Commissioners are stewards of taxpayer dollars. Don't use them to buy into the culture of death. Use them instead to affirm life, for example, by helping communities within the county provide clean, lead-free water to their citizens. Clean water is not only a basic necessity, but providing it is a much more appropriate use of taxpayer dollars. Thank you.
Address is 2106 Helen Avenue in Portage, Michigan, and I'm calling to leave a public comment for the Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners meetings, both the 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. meetings on Tuesday, June 6th. I'm calling today to express my ongoing concern about and opposition to Kalamazoo County funding for the YWCA Kalamazoo Comprehensive Reproductive Health Fund, which is being reviewed in the budget process at this time. If funded, this would spend our tax dollars to provide abortions and gender-affirming care. Our law clearly states the inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that each citizen of this nation has bestowed upon them. A key responsibility of government is to protect the rights of each person according to our law. Each baby in the womb is a person, and each baby is entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in the same manner as their mothers are. Our government thus should not be engaged in killing its citizens, however young, but should be engaged in supporting the lives of each citizen. I strongly support using my tax dollars to support pregnancy resource centers to help mothers choose life for their babies. I continue to strongly oppose funding of the YWCA grant, which pays for abortion, the killing of an innocent preborn child. Today, I saw an amazing article about a young mother living in poverty in Brazil who had cancer and was 8 months pregnant. She refused the option to abort her baby, even though it might hurt her chances of overcoming the cancer. She gave birth to a healthy baby and was continuing to fight the cancer. Let's help mothers like her and support pregnancy resource centers. Let's choose life for all of our citizens. Thank you so much for listening. Bye-bye now.
Administrator Catlin, if you advise if any hands are raised.
Dina, may you please advise? Oh, it looks like we do not, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, next we've moved, or I've talked to a few of you commissioners, but we are moving item 5 to right in between number 2 and 3, clerk's report. Clerk Place.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. It's an honor and a pleasure to present to you tonight the Clerk Register of Deeds Office 2022 Annual Report. We have about 20 slides here. I'm not going to take that much of your time, but I just wanted to first outline that if you see something, if you have a question or a concern, and we're not able to get to it tonight, please let me know by email or phone. I'd be happy to talk to you more about the report. Next slide, Dina. So our table of contents, lots of great information. Next slide. So I just wanted to highlight that we saw a lot of technological changes in the office last year. And I really want to take this time to thank my entire staff who were incredibly flexible during that time. What we did in our office was we changed our vital and land records management software, which is also our point of sale software. And thanks to all of you, we were able to make that happen. So we moved from a severely outdated system with Tyler Technologies to a new, upgraded, accessible system with Fiddler Technologies. And so we spent an incredible amount of time, and it wasn't just the staff in my office, but the staff from information technologies, the administrator had to get involved as well in this work. So I just want to say thank you. In addition, last year, we grew some services throughout that edition of our new software system, and also laid the foundation for creating a much more transparent, accessible office. So next slide, please, Dina. Our organizational chart, I'll let you all look through that. Next slide. So I want to highlight and retouch on our improved software system with Fiddler Technologies. So this system really allows for greater accessibility for the customers. What does that mean? So in the clerk's office, you can think of us as providing vital records, birth, death, marriage, licenses, and certified copies. We had that ability to order online records in 2021. We expanded that. So now customers can start filling out their application for a notary, application for a concealed pistol license, as well as an application for marriage license online in the ease of their own home. We also expanded service by integrating with the county treasurer's office as well as the city of Kalamazoo's treasurer's office to expand electronic recording of land documents. Now all land records can be recorded electronically. In addition, we added service with our property fraud alert. This has been well discussed both in county press releases, but this allows the residents really a peace of mind that their property is protected. And if anyone were to come into our office and record a document or a document that includes an address or a party name that they've provided, they will get notified right away. Next slide, please. In addition, we built a stronger and developed our team in our office. Thanks to all of you, in April of last year, we secured a new position to carry out the statutory duties of our office. You all know her as Clerk Cox here. She's moved. But we are so happy to have her and so happy that we are able to provide more service to all of you and really do our job in providing those statutory requirements. In addition, our office now has 3 bilingual staff members. We have 2 staff members that are bilingual and they speak Spanish as well as English, and also a staff member who speaks French. We continued a land records digitization project. You all are very familiar with this. I presented not too long ago, but again, thank you for the ARPA grant that allows us to digitize over a century of land records. Next slide. So one of the divisions we want to first highlight is our Vital Records division. This slide really outlines what the division does, how many staff members are working in the division, and also outlines some numbers associated with our CPL applications. Next slide. And continuing with this division, you'll see here, one thing that we were excited to add was the top baby names of 2022. So you'll see that there's been a resurgence, I think, of 90s names here in Kalamazoo County, where the most popular boy name was Jacob, and the most popular girl's name was Jessica. And I had to throw into the mix my baby girl, Genevieve, who was born last October. Next slide, please. Vital records by the numbers. This is statistics of our division from the last 5 years. So I'll allow you all to peruse those numbers on your time. Our next division, our land records division, or our register of deeds division, excuse me. The register of deeds holds all land records and of real property throughout Kalamazoo County and is vital to everyone here in Kalamazoo County. And you'll see throughout this annual report, and it gives me a real great pride that we continue to get told from customers about our exceptional customer service by our staff. So you'll see throughout some quotations from customers throughout this annual report. In the land records division, we are proud again to expand that electronic recording capability. We also, with moving to Fiddler Technologies, anyone who comes in to record a document or anyone who mails in to record a document, they can receive that back by email. So if you are really trying to get through that closing, or you want, or our title companies, typically when they receive a recording back, they're going to scan it in. Now they can get it electronically, and we're also reducing our mail costs that way. So always thinking about our funding and our revenue and our expenditures. Yep. So I continue want to highlight our property fraud alert, as well as our expanded search capabilities in our office. We're now able to offer abstractors, title companies, lawyers, a range of subscriptions to search property in Kalamazoo County. I also want to briefly touch on something that I'll be talking more about with all of you when we talk about the budget and a few other new funding requests. But I want to touch on our increased bulk image revenue. And you'll see that in 2022, we grew our revenue by 98%. Now, I will just say in 2023, from what we have seen, we are growing our revenue at a substantial rate, and we're doing so just by following the law. So not a whole lot of change, just following state statute. The next slide shows funds receipted and some more statistics. You'll see that over 50% of our documents are recorded electronically. Next slide. And our elections division. I'm very proud of our elections division, which is a division of one right now. Sharday Chambers leads the division as our elections coordinator and really shepherded us through a great and first for our office, general and primary election last year. Next slide. Yeah, so you'll see some additional statistics related to the 3 elections we ran last year. I also want to note that we did something different last year. We wanted to continue to expand voter education. And so we held 3 conversations with the clerk where we discussed, first in August, we discussed and brought in a tabulator information about the primary election. And we showed individuals who attended that meeting how to, how to use the tabulator. Also what happens if you were to vote in 2 columns. We teach people in a primary election to stay within 1 column. And if you don't, the tabulator gives it right back. And so we don't want anyone to be deterred by something that is really there to service them and that they can get a new ballot. So it was a great education opportunity. And we did the same in November. This slide outlines our Board of County Canvassers. They were especially busy last year. We had a recount in both the August and the November election. We had a state recount, which was a huge feat, which is a picture at our Expo Center. I also wanted to briefly highlight Proposal 2. We will be talking a lot about Proposal 2. Trust me, in the coming days. Tomorrow, actually, there will be several bills introduced to the Senate committee relating to the implementation of Proposal 2. Proposal 2 was passed overwhelmingly by voters in Kalamazoo County and will bring forward a lot of new changes to voting and election administration in the state of Michigan. So more to come with that. The Larry Provancher Kalamazoo County ID program continues to do great work. We continue to see our numbers improve. And as you know, thank you to this board for updating the name more recently. Next slide. We also are very appreciative of the board for expanding the position to a full-time county ID coordinator. You'll see there Miss Jasmine Ortiz Ash, who was also featured in the latest employee newsletter. If you don't receive that, ask Administrator Catlin, and I'm sure he'll forward it to you. But she is a wonderful county employee who is doing wonderful things for the program, continues to expand the service and grow our mobile units. We are meeting people where they are and providing county IDs to more residents throughout Kalamazoo County. We also want to thank the Kalamazoo County Community Foundation for their generous grant of $25,000 last year. It goes towards operational funding of the program. Here's the County ID program by the numbers. You'll see the statistics in the last 5 years. And lastly, our 2023 goals. We have a lot of goals for 2023. We're going to continue to digitize those records. That will be happening throughout 2023. We will be enhancing our public deeds search, our land record search. We will be adding a free search mechanism here in the next couple months. Campaign finance online. I'm excited for this and excited to share this right before we have a reporting deadline due. But those of you who do not have a waiver, who are reporting the campaign financing, please tell your treasurers about this as well. You will now be able to file and share your campaign finance reports online. Wait, hold on. Thanks. We also plan to implement a program that will help our veterans return and record their DD-214s, their discharge papers. Our office records those. And what Fiddler Technologies has set up is something that's called Honor Rewards. And what it is a card that veterans receive after they record a DD-214 in our office. And that Honor Rewards card is recognized by area businesses. This is a program that we hope to launch later in the fall. We are just now working towards building this program. Definitely more to come on that. I also just want to highlight, and again, we'll come back and talk to you about all this in a new funding request, but we want to continue to build our team. We want to provide opportunity for employees in our office. Right now, we have a 1-to-4 manager employee staff ratio. We really need to add some frontline supervisors in our office. So I'll talk about that more later. But again, I want to say thank you to all of you for providing me the opportunity to speak tonight, for allowing me to do all of these changes in the office, and really to our staff in the office who are the heartbeat of the office. I couldn't be here today without all of them. And yeah, just want to say thank you. And if there's any questions or comments, Chair.
Commissioner Dissler.
Excuse me. Thank you, Chair. Clerk, we have seen not only in the private sector, but also in the government sector, real problems keeping people employed. Everybody's now hiring. It sounds like you have overcome most of the difficulties that we've seen with some other departments of, staff like a revolving door. Can you comment on that? I don't need numbers necessarily, but at least I have the impression that your troops are in it for the duration.
You know, we've been very fortunate to have a group of staff that truly love the work. You know, they are public servants. We have staff that have been in the office for over 30 years, staff that have been in the office for 15, 16 years. And so when I took on the position in January 2021, a lot of those staff remain. Which is really nice. And what we have tried to do in the office is implement a culture that is open and welcoming. We have implemented a lot of changes. And so we've tried to take a delicate approach to those changes, but ultimately I think our staff see that a lot of these changes really help their productivity, help the efficiency of the office. But I'll also, you know, the county offers a lot of great benefits. So we do also recognize and continue to sell really those benefits to folks when we do have an opening. And I will say we actually will be posting an opening in our office here in the coming weeks because we have a longtime staff member retiring. So.
Yeah, one last question, and that is, can you eyeball yet how long it's going to take to get all the land records converted? You're into it
Ooh.
now, but can you project? Or would that just be a hope?
Well, you know, in the RFP, they had mentioned it would be a 14 to 16 month process. So it will definitely take the rest of this year. The good news is though, because they are doing it, they're scanning and uploading documents in stages, we'll have some land records go up online earlier than others. So I'll let the board know those years that go online, but it will likely be, I would say, into 2024 when we're all done.
Are you basically starting with current and digging your way back in history, or?
We're starting basically from 1992 back. Yeah.
What
Lot
happens to
of
1992 and now?
records. They're all
already
online.
digitized?
Yeah, they're all
Okay.
online now.
Thank you, Chair.
Yeah.
Commissioner Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I want to thank you and your office there. Every time I go in there, very professional, get the work done. They've helped us look through several documents on some issues we're working on. We've also had some interest in your fraud protection. And I got to get a couple more cards or something so that we can get some folks that have shown interest in that out in our neck of the woods to get in contact with your office on that. I think it's a great program. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
All right, next on the agenda, the interviews for the Integrated Service Board of Kalamazoo. Thank you so much for waiting, Jeff, others. First on the agenda is, who's got the questions in front of them and wants to go with the first one? Dale, all right. First, Sharon Spears. Hello, Sharon, how are you doing? We'll let the interview questions, we'll start with Commissioner DeLu.
The first, you're going to read it to me?
I am going to read it to you,
I'll
Sharon.
let you.
Very good. Oh, she knows me. Hi, Sharon, Dale DeLu.
Yes.
Yes. Sharon, what do you know about this advisory board and why are you interested in serving on it?
Well, I have been on the advisory board for at least 10 years. I don't know the exact amount of time. And when I originally went is because I had disabled sons, which are served by this community. So that's why. Mhm.
Sharon, my name is John Gisler. I represent 5 counties in sort of the southeast corner of the county. And I'd like to know, what experience do you have that's related to the work of the advisory board or authority? And this could be professional or experience you have from the community. And after hearing your first answer, you kind of covered that.
Well, I have a PhD. I'm kidding. A PhD in learning the system by having my sons, the medical system, the social services system, and that's a lot of knowledge, believe me. And I also do have a bachelor's degree in social work.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Mazer from District 8. Share what you have learned from working with people from different cultures.
From different cultures. Well, we have a wide variety on the advisory board. And although they're different cultures, they have basically the same needs. Mental illness has no barriers in that respect, as does disabilities. So that's pretty much what I've learned.
Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you. Good evening. Tammy Ray, I represent District 1. What training or education have you received in diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice? And how will you use what you have learned in your work with this advisory board?
Well, as I said, I do have a bachelor's degree in social work. And simply by my own personal experience is where I have gained diversity. And right now I'm living in a diverse community, senior citizens, and we're quite a diverse community, I'll have to say. So I guess that pretty much wraps it. Sorry.
Hi, Sharon. You know me, I'm John Taylor, District 5. What do you expect the advisory board authority to give to the community? And how can you help the work of the advisory board authority?
Well, we're always expanding and it's changed. You should be very proud of Kalamazoo because we have an excellent mental health board led by Jeff Patton. And I would say it's one of the best in Michigan, really. We have very diverse and we keep expanding. We don't just stop. It just keeps expanding. We are treating different degrees of mental illness now where when the money was not enough, but now we're being able to expand to lesser severe mental illnesses. And we're also opening a great place you probably have heard about on Kalamazoo Avenue, where it's going to be a 24-hour clinic which will take the big strain off the emergency rooms, which aren't really set up to deal with that. So, and this is a great thing that the employees thought this up, which is to tell you how great our employees are at mental health. I guess that's about it.
Commissioner Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Jeff Hepler. We've known each other a long time, Sharon.
Yeah.
Thank you for being here and thank you for your service on that committee for quite the long time. I'm obviously the North County District,
Yes.
Galesburg, Charleston, Ross, Richland, and Cooper. My question tonight is what three things that a member of the advisory board should consider?
Wow. Well, the budget. That's the biggie thing. I'm also on the budget committee, finance committee, and it's an enormous budget. Well, to me, who has a household budget, and we are very close, watch it very closely, and it's wonderful what we can do with the budget, and it changes every year and all that. I think the other, I think what is great about the community health is the employees, that we have a diverse community of employees. And third thing. Well, we have good snacks. Okay. Oh, sorry.
That took a lot of policy work. but- Commissioner Strebs.
Good. Hi Sharon, good to
Hi.
see you. Commissioner Strebs, I'm representing District 2. My question for you is, what's the greatest strength that you'll bring to the advisory board?
What is the greatest strength? One of them is humor. I just think from my diverse background, I can bring in a different perspective than someone else, you know, with my children and my education.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Hi, I'm Commissioner Wheeler representing District 4. My question for you tonight is, are you available for the meeting dates and times associated with this board?
Yes, I have been. I've never had to not make it there,
Thank you.
weather permitting.
And do you have any questions for us?
No, I just want you to know what a great community mental health you have in Kalamazoo and be proud of it. And
And thank
be
you for
there
your,
at our grand opening, huh, Jeff?
and thank you for your 100% attendance rate at those meetings too. I appreciate
Oh,
that.
wow, thank you. That it? Thank you, John.
Eric Crow. Am I pronouncing that right? Crow?
Pretty close.
Okay. Well, so we're not all asking the same questions. We'll start with Commissioner Wheeler on that end.
Hi, Commissioner Wheeler representing District 4. The question I have for you tonight is, what do you know about this advisory board and why are you interested in serving on it?
Well, how long is the meeting going to go on tonight? But seriously, I've been involved with the mental health board for almost 2 decades now. And I started working in Kalamazoo in 72 and contracting with the Community Mental Health Board for the programs I was running in the middle 70s. Then I worked for the county and was involved with the Human Services Department and supervised community mental health in that capacity. And then I contracted with mental health when I ran an agency called Living Ways, and I've been involved with it for a long time.
Right. Thank you for joining us tonight, Mr. Crow. So you've touched on this a bit already, but the second question is, what experience do you have? It's related to the work of the advisory board, and it could be professional experience or from the community. So anything you want to add.
Well, as I said, I worked in supervisory capacity with the county, overseeing the operation of community mental health, among other things. And then I ran a mental health agency and that had 265 employees and did a lot of business with community mental health. So I think that sort of gets to the point that I've been around the block a little bit on this one.
Thank you, Chair. Good evening. Thank you I'm Jeff Epler. I'm Commissioner from District 7 and the north part of the county. And thank you for your many years of service to the county and the Mental Health Board. My question tonight is, share what you have learned from working with people from different cultures.
Well, I have never not worked in an environment that wasn't an environment of working with people from different backgrounds and different cultures. From the time I was a school teacher and I worked in the war and poverty in California and came to Kalamazoo and And perhaps then I worked with senior services, so I worked with the elders, and that was a hard group to work with, knowing myself what that's like now. But yeah, well, I'm probably older than you, so. Anyway, I find it enriching to work with people who have different perspectives, different backgrounds, and different life experiences.
Thank you. What do you, what training or education have you received in diversity, equity, inclusion, and justice? And how will you use what you have learned in your work with this advisory board authority?
Well, I don't, I think that my training and education has been through my life experiences and with the organizations I've worked with. And I've been involved, for example, the County Board of Commissioners appointed me to the program that that's on the probation enhancement program. I served in that program for a while. And I have participated in just countless activities where people, I've been supporting groups and participating with them. And it hasn't really been a formal education. It's just been my life experience.
Vice Chairman?
Thank you. Good evening. What do you expect the advisory board to give to the community, and how can you help the work of the advisory board?
Well, first of all, I think what Sharon mentioned, this new program that they have developed, the community, CCBHC, it's the one that's opening down the street here. That's such an exciting development that we have expanded the client base that the community mental health can be serving. And that there will probably be lots of oversight from all different groups looking into that, and what, and there'll be opportunities for people to complain and also to praise. I think my contribution to the mental health board is that I ask questions, and I am not in any way timid about inquiring into what's going on and how much does it cost, and what difference does it make if we do this or that. I like the standard is what difference does it make if we do it or we don't do it, and so that's kind of what I bring. And I've been around a while, so
Jermaine?
What are 3 things that a member of the advisory board should consider?
Well, there's never enough money, and especially recently, as for example, the direct care wages for the group homes and where people are served in their homes, those wages have gone in the past several years from like $6 and $8 an hour to $15 an hour, and still having trouble filling those positions. And there's a relationship between our ability to serve people in community settings and being able to reduce the utilization of the state institutions, which are more than $1,000 a day for care. So that's one big thing, is to keep sure there be funding, and then how do we address the staffing issues for those things. Maybe that's 2 things. And then there's still business going on where out of the blue, people they're talking in Lansing about wanting to privatize community mental health and have the programs operated by for-profit entities. And if you have a situation where there's not enough money, and then you want to have it operated in a way that people can make a profit on it, I wonder if that's not conflictual with common sense. So, but those are the things that come to mind immediately.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. What's the greatest strength that you will bring to the advisory board? And I should preface that by saying, or you already have brought to the advisory board.
Thank you. I think that people listen to me, and because of my experience and background, and I help people reach decisions, and I think that's one of my strengths. And as I said, I'm not afraid to inquire into whatever's going on so that we know, and so that the board members hear about it. It's hard to talk about myself in that regard, so I'm sorry if it seems brief, but
Thank you.
okay.
Commissioner.
Sir, are you available for the meeting dates and times associated with this advisory board?
Yeah, yes. Yeah, well, it's interesting. I had a meeting yesterday with mental health, and then I have one this Friday related to mental health, and then I had this meeting today. So it's only 3 meetings this week, so. I wanted to, do you have any questions? Sharon pointed out how lucky we are in our community for the kind of leadership that we have in community mental health. And our CEO, Mr. Patton, brings a knowledge, a depth of knowledge and understanding about things that just, we are very, very fortunate. I serve on the SWIMBA board, which is 8 counties, and I get to see some of the other county operations or hear about them. And we excel in this county. And our budget is $110 million a year. And more than 10 million, about 12 million of that is through grants that are developed by Jeff and his staff, in addition to the Medicare and Medicaid dollars that flow through our programs and the state dollars. We're real fortunate. And anyway, I just wanted to alert you to that. And the other thing is, I'm real pleased that you are interviewing us for reappointment, and that you're paying that much attention to community mental health. It's really an important program and a huge employer in your county community. But I don't really have any questions for you.
Well, I have to thank you as well for your 100% attendance record according to our sheet.
I didn't think I had 100%.
I'm looking at it. In 2022, you did. So,
Okay.
but I don't think we have 2023 up here yet. But yeah, I will say that I think we as a board and are very aware of the Jeff's work, and to Jeff, as county commissioner, thank you for your decades of service in this. And I am well aware that we excel throughout the state in our community mental health because of your leadership. So thank you to you. We are moving on in the agenda. The community-led violence prevention long-term strategy update. Jennifer.
Hello, everyone. And please call me Jen Hamos. Jennifer is what my mom calls me when she's mad at me. Thank you so much for the time today. I very much appreciate it. I will try to be as timely as possible and be done within 15 minutes, 12 minutes, if I can do it. You all should have a copy of this as well as the draft of all 93 strategies. And I want to be clear on that draft that it is a very rough draft. I did want everyone to see it because so many folks in this room have contributed to it, and it belongs to the community. And I just want to be sure you can see it every step of the way as we move forward. So this is my second time presenting on this. We are finishing the second phase of the work, and I want to make sure I am constantly keeping in contact with folks who are involved in the work. I will be reviewing the journey to this long-term and community-led violence prevention strategy. I'm going to do a short review of a public health approach because I know there are some folks I haven't spoken to here. I just want to make sure we understand what that looks like when it comes to community violence prevention. And then I'll also review the action steps from the community and then next steps for this Kalamazoo Blueprint for Peace. If you want to click through the journey just till the end of the slide, I'm not going to read every single piece of this, but I'm going to highlight a few pieces of the journey to where we are now. So we started this work with the whole county in July of 2021 by joining something called the Gun Violence Prevention Network through one of our leadership organizations in the community foundation field. This was a network that was for learning about violence through a public health crisis. Then we had the city and county of Kalamazoo issue the resolutions declaring gun violence as a public health crisis in September of 2021. So everything was kind of coming together around the same time. Different groups around the community had listening sessions over the next few months into 2022. Then it was another 6 months or so of learning, communication, just learning about everything that was happening across almost every sector concerning gun violence in Kalamazoo County. We ended our work with the Gun Violence Prevention Network in December of 2022 and started the second phase of this work, which was action planning for where we are today. And it was getting what community wanted to see and hear from us about how we're going to address this as a public health crisis. And that's how we got to where we are right now. I wanted to just recognize, if you can just click on the first box. Yeah, if you want to click through. Phase one of this work, the Gun Violence Prevention Network started with learning with Commissioner Tammy Ray, Gwendolyn Hooker, Ed Genesis, Stacy Ledbetter, Emily Oliveras, and Dr. Charlie Davis, supported by Reggie Moore, who is the equivalent of a state violence prevention office lead for the state of Wisconsin. He's been supporting me and our whole community along the way. The second phase, we had facilitators working with people on the ground to hear what they wanted to see. That was Tia Whitley, Dr. Kinlana Ferguson, Stacy Jackson, Commissioner Stephanie Hoffman, Amy Mervack, Laura Lamb, and we were also supported by Reggie Moore. I'm not going to read everything else. I wanted to call out individuals who have put hours of time, a lot of their lives into this work. And just say as well, we had folks from grassroots, government, youth and family groups, advocacy, direct service, public safety, and neighborhoods. We also had philanthropic groups. It was everybody. And like I said, hundreds of hours of conversation. We could not do this without these partners. And again, including many people in this room who've contributed in some way, shape, or form since July of 2021. Just a quick review. It has been the framework that we've used. This is the one that is just a thank you to Cradle Kalamazoo at the YWCA and Bronson. This is the public health framework for reducing health inequities that we've been using because it's already used in our community and has been used for a decade. The September 2021 resolutions at the city and county level that were written with the leadership of Gwendolyn Hooker from Hope Through Navigation and Commissioner Ray asked that we take a public health approach to community violence prevention. This is just a reminder of what it is. Noticing that policy goes all the way through from social inequities to the addressing disease, injury, and death. And if we could zoom in on the next slide, to thinking about upstream approaches and how we reduce social inequities, reduce institutional inequities, and improve living conditions so that we never get to disease, injury, and death. That's the goal of this plan. Another way I've been thinking about it is on the last slide that reviews this as a public health crisis. And this is a very simple way for me. I am not a public health expert. I started as an educator. It's really looking at how we prevent harm, how we intervene and break cycles of violence, and then how we heal. So how we repair harm and restore hope in our county. Very short review of this, but we This was 6 goals vetted by community members, 28 strategies, again, vetted by community members, and then 93 actions that were created by community members and cleaned up by folks on the ground that have been doing this work for years and years. We can go to the next slide. Since January and just phase 2, we've had at least 80 hours of convening community across the county. There have been 146 contributors, from individuals to grassroots groups to public safety to institutions to where we are today. And 215 programs and organizations have been named by community members as people who engage in this work across the county. I want to remind us of before we review some of the action steps is that a long-term strategy through a public health lens. And I think I talked about this the first time that we met, but I often meet people in this work who are like, okay, but what about the violence that happened next door to me yesterday? And I'm like, that is important, that is being addressed. And what we are talking about is a long-term strategy through a public health lens, which looks at those upstream interventions. So we look at upstream prevention, intervention. There are immediate needs around coordination and flow of resources. And I just want to remind everyone here that funding is on the ground right now from ARPA to address these needs. And there are funding opportunities to support violence intervention. If there are emergencies in our community, we do have that. So folks who are doing that work know to reach out to me when those needs come up. We also need to just remember that there are no 2 organizations, leaders, or programs that are the answer to community violence prevention and intervention. So what you'll see as you look through is that's why there are no organizations, leaders, and programs named throughout the strategy, because programs can go away, they can lose funding, organizations can close, and leaders can move on. And we don't want to keep it like that. We just want it to be like, this is what we are doing. We don't need to name anyone, because this isn't owned by one organization, one leader, or one program. Also, as you know, since it started in July 21, this takes time, relationship building, and coordination. So on the coordination piece, what I'd like to just say as we go through is when you look at the action steps, you might feel overwhelmed, like what, 93 things that we don't do? We do a lot of these things already, but there might be poor coordination, or some of these things might need more resources. So just because it's named as an action step, it doesn't mean that it's a gap that doesn't exist at all. So I just want to be really clear about that. And in the draft that you have, I tried to mark what's the gap, what is existing already. So what I'm going to do is I go through, I tried to just choose just different things I thought would be appealing to this, to highlight for folks in our Kalamazoo County audience as we go through. If you're like, no, that's way off, Jen, we're curious about something else, let me know and I will fix it here. We won't have time to discuss all 93, but again, I pulled ones that I think are aligned based on conversations I've had with folks across the county. So the first goal is to stop the shooting, stop the violence. I'm not going to read all of these, but I'm going to highlight 3 that come up in constant conversation with community members. So the first is under number 1, using data to prioritize prevention efforts. The recommended action step is establishing formal partnerships for data sharing agreements between agencies and research groups. I wanted to also highlight number 4, decreasing illegal gun activity and thinking about what more community education on firearm possession, straw purchases, and ghost guns means. Oftentimes when I speak to people about this, they're like, I know a lot about like firearm possession, but I don't know anything about what a straw purchase means or what a ghost gun is. So that's a lot of these affect our community. These are things that our youth are involved in, and these are important for us to know. And then promoting violence prevention as a way of life. I just wanted to highlight the engagement of community parents and care providers in gun safety, conflict prevention, and de-escalation. And just to lift up the Be Smart work that has been lifted by Moms Demand Action around what it means to secure firearms, be responsible for your firearms, and understand the role that firearms play in death by suicide. All of that is part of that education piece. The second goal, increasing access and building capacity for healing and community restoration. I wanted to highlight 2 pieces here on the next slide. Thank you. So under number 2, strengthening treatment and healing services for survivors of sexual and domestic violence, expanding awareness and access to survivor-centered sexual and domestic violence services. This is a huge intersection of some of the gun violence that happens throughout the county, and we need to make sure that we are taking action to support survivors. The third, identify and support people at risk for self-harm and suicide, again, across the county. And when I talk about Be Smart, it does talk about recognizing the role that firearms play in death by suicide. It's promoting suicide prevention education and crisis intervention resources. Goal 3, supporting children, youth, and families. I just wanted to lift something that a lot of people across many communities are passionate about, which is under number 1, promoting healthy families and quality early learning for healthy youth development. It's how do we build access to high quality and no cost early learning supports and facilities in priority areas. That's daycare, preschool, etc. 4 and 5. So 4 under increased employment and workforce development opportunities for justice involved youth. How do we develop opportunities for young people ages 14 to 25 who have been disconnected from school and workforce to support skill development and reconnection to education and employment? And number 5 could be an easy action step to complete perhaps, which is identifying and mapping free supports in school and out of school time across the county and centralizing a space for community members to find social, educational, and academic supports and opportunities by age group in multiple languages. This exists for little children, but it doesn't exist for youth across all ages. Goal 4, cultivating economic stability. I do want to highlight, I think all of these are pretty important, but I'll highlight under number 2, strengthening economic supports for women and families, providing access to resources that support stabilization in employment, housing, childcare, and transportation. So you can kind of see the intersections here with other pieces. And looking too at number 3, strengthening financial literacy, understanding how do we increase knowledge and access to financial products around money, credit, savings, taxes, investing, life insurance, and interest so people can build wealth throughout our county. Goal number 5, fostering safe and strong neighborhoods. I wanted to highlight number 2 because I think it's important to this room, improving government community relationships. What are our actions we can take to sustain and expand existing community-oriented and problem-solving policing efforts to build and strengthen relationships, trust, and legitimacy, throughout the community. And number 3, building resident leadership and collective action. Just thinking about collaborating with neighborhood associations and residents to advocate collectively on issues that negatively impact our community. And here's an example, like liquor license ordinances where liquor is sold throughout a community. Goal number 6 is one of the biggest and most important ones because it's about strengthening capacity and coordination for our whole county across all of these goals. And I wanted to highlight number 1, building capacity for systems change and increased collaboration across organizations and sectors. We need to have a coordinating council come together that provides leadership, coordination, and oversight of the implementation, the first 3 years of implementation of this blueprint. I shouldn't hold this on my own continuing forward, and I would like to build out a coordinating council of experts. I'm an expert in group 3 around supporting children, youth, and families, but if you ask me about economic development, I'm like, I don't know, I have to go ask someone. So instead of me asking 20 people every time we have to do something, I would prefer to have a council that we move with moving forward. The second thing I wanted to highlight as a funder at the Kalamazoo Community Foundation, we are bringing funders together to align strategy and long-term goals and thinking about alignment with policy change, alignment with these long-term goals and strategy. And then how do we cultivate more community cohesion so people aren't in a scarcity mindset around fighting for grants and resources constantly. What's next? Communication and evaluation. So we need to share this out just like we did after the first phase. We need to prioritize the 93 action steps because that's not going to happen in 3 years. So what is the focus for the first 3 years? And we need to build an inventory. So I talked about how 215 organizations were named. We need to contact each of those organizations and say, what area are you working in? What age are you working with? What do you do? And we really need to build out an inventory to see if there are gaps in different areas because we shouldn't expect people to have to drive 25 minutes to get some of what they need. So we're going to do that. Next step is building capacity. Like I said, I really need help. So I'm hiring a director of systemic change initiatives who will be taking this blueprint and leading that work moving forward. We need to, again, create that coordinating council. We need to coordinate the work on the ground that's happening. One of the ways we'll do that is through building a community violence intervention curriculum design team. We've been talking about training that's needed with many different people on the ground. And that's the next step, is just building and coordinating what that looks like. And lastly is implementation. Again, year 1, year 2, and year 3. What are we going to aim for in the first 3 years? So when I come to you, well, I'll come to you once or twice a year with updates, but at year 3, I could say, hey, we've made really good steps towards reducing violence rates in our county because of this, this, and this. So I wanted to end just by stressing, I love a quote. Just again, the importance of collaboration and thinking about how when we truly do that, and it's not just a performative action or this transaction of like, okay, you do this for me, I'll do this for you. We're really working in collaboration. It's a shatterproof form of change making. And without figuring out how to collaborate, if we keep working against each other or saying like, okay, this work is more important than this work, or this is better than this. This is just a piece of paper. It doesn't really mean anything unless we can figure out how to collaborate and de-silo and work across sectors, across political lines, across all of it to make some real change. On the last slide, you'll see my contact information if you want to scan that, but many of you have my email. If you don't, you have it now. So please email with any questions. I could talk about this for a very long time. I don't have that today, but I would love to do that. And this is an invite to do that if any of you would like that, because I know some of you are new. I didn't get to talk to you the first time, and I invite that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions from commissioners? Commissioner Gissel.
Thank you. Thank you, Jennifer. I would like to know if you're gathering baseline data now on, and I'll use domestic violence as an example. We have cases that show up constantly in the news. We know it goes on. And if we're going to have part of the program that will eliminate part of that, we need to at least know what we're starting with. Are you gathering that data?
Yes, I am. And that's actually one of our action steps, is around building our data backbone. We are doing that. And when I talked about strategy through a public health lens, time, relationship building, and coordination, that's been the data piece of it. And we've been working on that for about a year. We are working with the Upjohn Institute right now on what that looks like moving forward, what data agreements look like with different groups. And so that's a very important question. And yes, we are working on that right now. Thank you.
Well, just Commissioner DeLue.
Hi, John. I'm Dale DeLue. I know it was a very brief presentation, and I appreciate it, but I didn't see anything in here. Are you dealing with the, lack of a better term, the bad guys? Do you interview them? Do you talk to them? Do you find out why they're behaving the way they are, what you can do to change their life? I mean, what they're searching for? I mean, I saw a lot of things involving a lot of people. I didn't see anything about the perpetrators of these crimes. Are they being talked to in any way or dealt with?
Yes. And if you have the full draft and want to read through the action steps on for specifically goal 1, which is stop the shooting, stop the violence, is doing that work. There are people on the ground doing violence interruption and intervention work who do have those conversations. It's hard work. And another piece of that is that folks who do community intervention work and have those conversations with people, there isn't pay equity there. So a lot of this is passion, it's volunteering, there's not a strategy, and it's built, what do we do to build community violence intervention as a more professional way to move through your career, because those are hard conversations to have. Like the why did this happen? Why did you do that? Those are things that happen behind the wall interventions is what they're called. We have individuals who are very passionate. They go into the prisons to have those conversations so that people, there's not a higher recidivism rate. And there are wins and losses in that. But yes, that is part of goal 1. Sorry, I could talk about this for a long time, but thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Jen. How are you?
I'm well, thank you.
You do have returning citizens that work for this. I mean, you mentioned Ed Genesis, so there are folks that have been in the system that are currently employed doing this work as well. To answer your question, I wouldn't necessarily call them bad guys, but folks who may have been bad, dealt a bad hand. Can you talk a little bit about some of those people that you have on board?
Yeah, and a lot of those folks, again, they work for Urban Alliance. They're working with Isaac, like Ed is with Blocks Club. A lot of people, there are people who are returning citizens that are doing this work. And a lot of what we heard from folks who, again, are on the ground doing this every day is we need resources and support. Like, a lot of the violence interruption work they do is just from like, I think I should have this conversation. This is really important. Or you have a passion or you have lived experience, but we don't have a common vocabulary for what violence interruption is here. So that's what we're trying to provide, because we have people on the ground now that are like, we need help with this.
And follow up. And so you do have public safety individuals working collaboratively on this as well, correct?
Yes, yeah, from the sheriff's office and Kalamazoo Department of Public Safety. It's been going very well, actually. Like Kalamazoo Public Safety has pretty in-depth data that they collect. The part that is difficult is at the county level, there isn't the capacity to have as deep of data collection. So it's more like, how do we build a partnership? Again, that time, relationship building and coordination. How do we build a partnership to support across county lines so that we can get to that point?
Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you, Chair. And thank you, Jen, for facilitating the development of this plan. Speaking of public safety, I recently saw a press release from public safety, a number of different municipalities coming together to do this task force type of work for gun violence for the summer. Is that a part of this plan, or is that something that public safety is doing completely separate on their own to kind of work to eradicate the gun violence?
That is, I call this, a lot of folks who do community violence intervention work call this the high violence season. And this is what they're doing right now. I have been in some of those conversations just to hear about what they're doing to address the violence that is heightened right now. This is not listed in the plan. We really tried to look at upstream intervention, knowing we have to know what's going on, like what conversations are happening right now, to talk about how you intervene in violence that is happening during the high violence season. So yes, I am aware of those. It's not listed here. We really tried to focus on upstream intervention as opposed to saying, okay, the police have to do everything.
Okay.
But those are important conversations.
That's not a part of this plan. That was my question. It is or it's not?
There are 93, so I have to look at my full document.
Okay.
Let me check.
Oh, you don't have to check. It's okay.
No, I
You
can
did-
check right
you
now.
can Email. I have another question too. I think I read the draft and not this presentation that we saw tonight, but I did notice that there are a lot of organizations that are already currently doing a lot of what's in the plan, but there were also a whole lot of gaps. So the person that you're hiring, will they be working to create those programs, or just partnerships with organizations that are doing similar work? Will they take that on? And then like, what does that process look like? Who's facilitating that? And then the cost of implementation of the plan, if you know.
We're talking, we don't know the cost of the implementation of the plan. The second phase of this was just getting to action steps. So what we have to do is first prioritize the action steps with folks who are doing the work first. Then we have to figure out what's the cost of it. The person I'm hiring will be doing convening around that. It's not our role as a community foundation to be like, we're going to start 20 programs, because they probably already exist. So it's what programs exist, who do we have to bring together, who needs to work together. So we're, again, I always talk about de-siloing work. So that's a lot of the conversations. When I talked about next steps and thinking about creating and coordinating, it's not creating new programs, it's creating spaces, a coordinating council, again, things where it doesn't have to be on just me pushing and driving the work moving forward. And we don't have that listed. I just reviewed, it's not listed here. Thank you.
Thank you. I will, with Commissioner Gissler's comments, I will agree that having baseline metrics would be very important, especially as we get into year 2, 3, or beyond, when we're trying to look for long-term funding solutions. Having those metrics is and achieving those success rates is going to be crucial for that.
Just play it into a recorder and I'll just play your voice saying
Yeah.
it when I say it. 'Cause then
Yep.
it'll be me and another person.
And then the data coordination aspect of the county, I've been working with Commissioner Strabs and Sheriff Fuller on that aspect as well. And I do agree that that could be a huge, huge impact and it'll help everybody, not just your organization, but just any organization that does this work that wants to look at, ways and trends that what programs make sense and what doesn't. So you've got my complete support on that.
I believe you all approved that new data system, correct? A
We
few meetings
approved
ago?
funding, but I've got to be careful on what I said. We've approved funding and we are looking into systems that can meet the needs of the county.
Thank you all for that. Thank you.
And I will say that that one of the things I saw was only mentioned once in your report, but over 50% of all gun deaths are suicides. That wasn't, I think as you highlight that and we're trying to reduce gun fatalities, it seems like the biggest chunk of that would be suicide prevention. But just as you keep that in the back of your mind as you move forward, it seems like it would be the easiest route to reduce gun violence.
It definitely is. That's why it's named as its own strategy. And I did want to again look at that goal too, the whole goal, every single action under that around increasing access and building capacity for healing and community restoration is a lot of it's around mental health, behavioral health, trauma reduction. And if we can get again to that upstream, we might not ever get to death by suicide with a gun. And that is listed here too in goal 2.
Well, thank you very much. And I will call you Jen from here on out.
Thank
I will
you.
not make that mistake again. Moving on, we have a review of accounts payable and payable disbursements. Administrator Catlin, it's a big one this time.
Yes, thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, audience. Tonight, we have an accounts payable claims list totaling $22,024,544.41. Of this total, the Board of Commissioners asked to approve a claims list totaling $9,377,852.15. Payroll disbursements totaling $2,271,639.21 are presented for the May 31st payroll. Noting that this is a larger claims list. It's large due to the fact that there were some DTRF claims that were paid out. And so a big portion of this claims list typically happens around this time of the year. Last year it was 10.2 million. This year it's around 11. That's the large portion. The other large portions of the claims list are attributed to ARPA. So there are some pretty large payouts from ARPA from some projects that have occurred. And then also attributed to claims list would be the Justice Center project. So if you really look at the claims list and back all of those items out, it's really around $5 million that the board should be concerned with tonight. There are 2 conflict of interest notifications that 2 commissioners need to disclose tonight, just as part of this process. And then, but that's all we have tonight. Happy to answer any questions.
Questions from commissioners? Seeing none, we're going to move on to business priorities housing. Director Balkema.
Good afternoon, Honorable Chair, Vice Chairs, Board of Commissioners. My name is Mary Balkema, and I wanted to bring to your attention our first ever annual report. It's in your package. I also have electronic version if you would like that, or if you would like extra copies for any place that you work. I also have extra copies of it. If you look on the last page, obviously it's the work done in 2022. So I placed the 2022 County Board of Commissioners on there. So if you don't see your face, you'll see it on the next year's report. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention too. It is a sampling of the work that we have done last year. I also wanted to recognize in the audience Commissioner Decker and Commissioner Hoffman from the city of Kalamazoo. We can't do some of this good work without partnerships with our local municipalities. And so it's really important that they are on board and they're supportive of the work. They obviously have the zoning power, they have police power, and we do not. We have funding power. So many of these projects are underway or are near completion. So please read it, and I covet your feedback. I'd also like to thank you for your feedback at the last meeting where you approved many, many projects. Your comments were really heartfelt, and they were really encouraging for the folks in the audience who received the funding. And so I would really like to thank you for that as well. The next thing I'd like to go over is we had additional funding, an additional funding round. I sent that all out to you. So I wanted to go over the projects briefly, and then in 2 weeks, they will be on the consent agenda for approval. The first project is the Coney Island building that is on East Michigan. It's a building between a couple buildings in a row, commercial buildings. It would be a full gut rehab of an old hotel. The city, it's in a city brownfield. The state has money into it. They are asking for $950,000. My recommendation is $650,000. It would be for 4 affordable units. That project really needs to happen. It's really hard when you have a whole row of buildings that are contiguous and this middle one is just crumbling. You know, there's 2 right in the middle of it. It backs up to Bates Alley. The developer is ready to go on that. The next project is the YWCA for the Housing Stability Program. That is not to be confused with the Reproductive Health Fund. That is very different and deals with housing. I just wanted to make that very clear. The next one is the Community Action Agency. They've been longtime partners with us for rent and utility support. The next one is down payment assistance for the city of Portage, and there's 60 units going on Portage and Stanley. We're making great progress on that. The next one is for Kalamazoo Housing Advocates for a housing navigator. And the last one is KNHS for down payment assistance. So that would equal the remainder of the monies that we have to allocate for this year.
Vice Chair Ray.
Of course, I always have questions. I saw the email over the weekend, so I didn't have a lot of time to review the applications. First, I want to say thank you for the annual report. It looks really good. Thank you for the work that you do. Yesterday, I ran into Toby Hannah Davies, who worked on the housing millage alongside Commissioner Hoffman. And she has some really good feedback. Very appreciative of the report and the work that we are all doing to ensure that we're looking at these projects through an equity lens. So thank you for the report. It's really good. But back to, so these applications, I thought the last funding round that we had open was for supportive service dollars. And then there's a project for multi-family. How did that one get thrown in there?
So there was 2 categories open, one multifamily and one for supportive services.
Yep, and the multi-family closed, and we've already approved those, and then we just had the supportive services that we didn't see, right?
No, we opened additional multifamily and supportive services.
Okay.
Yeah.
So my next question, we just also awarded the city of Portage for a number of projects. Was down payment assistance not one of them?
It was not, because they put it in rehab, and I said, you know what, you can't mix up all the categories. And so I said, I'm gonna throw that out of rehab and come back in supportive services and resubmit it. So it was originally in there, but I threw it out because I don't like you to mix it up, and I like the categories to go where they really are supposed to go. So you're right.
Okay, so are these just your recommendations, or are these recommendations based on commissioner score?
Well, not every commissioner got back to me.
I didn't. I just saw it this weekend, like it just came out like Friday, so the email was like Friday, Thursday or Friday. I just saw it this weekend, so I didn't. So I'm wondering, are these your recommendations or?
Well, no, they're
my colleagues, because I didn't do it. I think I led with that.
Well, many of your colleagues said, I'll take your recommendation. So if you have a different recommendation, that's why I'm at the committee of the whole. So then I'll make my final recommendation to be on the agenda for 2 weeks. So if you have a different recommendation or you'd like those numbers massaged, I'm certainly open to the conversation.
Okay.
Yeah.
When would you like those by?
The sooner the better, so I can get it on the next agenda.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yeah, I just have a question, being new at this. When something like the Coney Island project asks for 950 and you recommend 650, is that, are they still able to follow through with the project, do you think? It's still,
They are, and they can start,
go.
they have their construction docs, and they just have to put a little bit more of their own equity into it. So they can start, if you give them the full amount, then I'm squeezing some of our other supportive services, which we need desperately too. So it's kind of a balancing act. And they can start with 650,000.
but do you ever have projects that don't get off the ground because they say you didn't give us enough money?
Yes, and so then they go back to the state, they go back to their construction manager and do some value engineering. We have a lot of projects that have a gap. The projects last year, they came in into ARPA. So if you look at that pavilion project, they got over $1 million from ARPA. The state is releasing more money because even on the tax credit projects, the cost of construction has risen so much. So yes, that happens frequently.
Thank you, Chair. Mary, the fact that this wraps up this year's allocations, does this mean that we're not going to be looking to amplifund in AI in the near future?
Obviously, everyone submits their bills through the AMPA fund and they're submitting their bills through ARPA. So we are still working heavily with the AMPA fund, obviously, but this wraps up the funding for the year. That is correct.
Yeah, I would look forward to not scoring anything for a while. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
We've got plenty of other stuff that we can score. Any other commissioner comments or questions? Thank you for your work, Mary. I
Thank you very
appreciate
much.
it. Any other items? Women's Veteran Day, 75th anniversary proclamation. Angelina or Kevin, do you guys want to take us through this, or do we just go through each one? I'll just ask commissioners. Does anybody have a problem with Women's Veterans Day, 75th anniversary proclamation?
No.
Okay, Juneteenth celebration event proclamation, Commissioner Gissler.
Yeah, excuse me. Yes, thank you, Chair. I object to some of the verbiage included in the last whereas. And I actually thought we'd done a proclamation a year or so ago, but everybody under the sun, including Dina, who knows how to get to that stuff, says, no, we didn't. So this is the first time through. And I take issue with the last whereas when it includes things relating to reparations and not compensated yet and that sort of thing. We're going to be looking at reparations, I'm very confident, in the future. And I think it sort of diminishes the value of the proclamation for Juneteenth. So I'd like to see that eliminated. It's like 4 or 5 words. Well, let me get it and I will tell you.
No, the women's is passed. This is the Juneteenth one. The last, I believe you're talking about, Mr. Gissler, the last whereas in the.
Yeah, and you could end it with economy, the word economy. And then use the last couple of words to phase into the proclamation part itself.
Is that a motion to change?
I will put it that way, but at this point, I don't have it in front of me. So I
I'm
would need
gonna-
somebody to, put the motion together that includes the words I want included and eliminates the ones that I'd like to see removed. It's not a big deal.
Let me take a stab at this just to see, and then what I'm suggesting is we'll just have a vote on your amendment. And I'll give at the 7 o'clock meeting. That'll give corporate counsel time to prepare it, and then you can make it, and then you can get
Excellent.
a second if you get a second. But I think that what you're talking about is ending it at economy. So the last whereas would not have with no compensation or reparations to date. Is that
Sure,
correct?
and then the linking words.
And then it would
after
be
that are
now
fine.
therefore be it proclaimed, and you're okay with now therefore be
Sure.
it proclaimed. You just want the with no compensation or reparations to date.
Right, because I
So-
think that diminishes the value of the Juneteenth proclamation by tying it to other things that we may very well be dealing with in the future.
What I'll do is I'll put the full resolution at the 7 o'clock meeting. Given you an opportunity to make an amendment in the motion, we can vote on that motion and then we'll vote on the full
Sounds good.
proclamation after that.
So we're gonna vote to pass it tonight.
Correct. So that will take that one off. We've got that one. Now we've got Kalamazoo County Sanitary Code discussion. Kevin, you want to?
Thank you, Chair, Vice Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners. Audience, tonight, the sanitary code is being discussed. This body is being asked to review the sanitary code and consider possible amendments due to how our current code defines a dwelling unit. It is very specific and does not currently allow for any developments to deviate from that definition, so to speak. This was brought to staff's attention due to a possible development of a structure or structures that do not align with that dwelling unit definition within the current code. And so I can invite up our health officer, Jim Rutherford, to highlight what the process would entail for possible amendments to be considered by this body. So we can have him come up and talk about a few things, and then we can answer any questions.
Good evening, Commissioners. I've had some conversations with administration relative to a proposed development. For those of you that are, I'm sure you're all most likely aware of the concept of a pod development for individuals, homeless individuals that are in transition. My understanding, just based upon some information that I've been able to garner online, would be that there'd be 50 residential pods placed in an undisclosed area at this point in time. Again, to provide permanent housing or temporary for some individuals, but it'd be a permanent development, is my understanding. This is not an interim development or a short-term development, it's a long-term permanent development to house homeless residents that may be in transition before they can get a more secured permanent location for themselves. We know that obviously there's a shortage of housing availability, particularly for people without resource. We know that we get a lot of encampments that we've dealt with over the years, particularly in the warmer months. So this is, I believe, a solution, a proposed solution that a nonprofit is contemplating in our community. We have kind of spent some time, because I knew that this was coming our way. We spent some time researching, how best to be able to handle this in the event that, this sees fruition. And I know that Chair Taylor has some questions about, well, what does this look like on behalf of, the regulatory oversight? We've gone back and forth with our partners at the state. This is not a campground because it's not temporary. It doesn't meet the definition of a campground. So that wouldn't fall under the jurisdiction of the state for campground licensing or for us for that matter. This is not a mobile home park because these pods do not have individual bathrooms or running water. So it doesn't meet the definition of a mobile home. My understanding is the community itself would involve the placement of the pods. They're self-contained heating units, again, with no running water and no sewage, but they do have their own individual heat, and that a communal type of building would be constructed to be able to accommodate housing, or food. So there'd be meals prepared within the building, which involves, our food facility licensing program. And then sewage would be in communal bathrooms, showers, and then water would be provided. Obviously, you're not going to have sewage without water. So we don't have any plans as of yet, nor have we had any, I haven't had any direct conversations with the nonprofits that's contemplating this, but I know administration has. So in order for us to even contemplate this, we would have to step back and open up our sanitary code for potential revisions. The last time we did that was for a groundwater restriction initiative that some of you were involved with. We don't do that very frequently. It's not a small undertaking to open up the sanitary code. It involves obviously our legal counsel being involved with that. Public hearings, all sorts of, requirements that are associated with that undertaking. I'm not saying it can't happen, and I'm not saying it should or shouldn't happen. I'm just saying that that's the work that has to go into that. We've begun to kind of look. We don't have a whole lot of sources in Michigan to say, well, here's how they're doing it in this county. We're not really locating a whole lot of those entities. That's not saying that we can't be the first. There are obviously other parts of the country that we're kind of looking at in communities like Portland, like, cities in California, in the state of Washington that have successfully developed these types of housing situations. I don't really need to go into detail because I don't have it yet, because I haven't gotten the proposal as to what that would involve within the sanitary code. But it would involve us opening up the code and creating the language that allows us to do plan review. There'd have to be engineered drawings. There'd have to be, all of that element incorporated into it. And there'd have to be, a review of water supply, sewage, construction of the facility, ingress, egress, all sorts of things. Even, things that we haven't historically looked at in the past because of the nature of the development itself and the uniqueness of individuals living in a relatively, small shelter. Again, it's not something that can't be done because it can. It's going to take some time. And, the other part of it is too, is this on property potentially that's got access to a sewer main, that's got access to a water main, all of those considerations as well. I think that's really about it. Again, I can't go into detail because I really don't have a whole lot of detail yet. But when we do, we'll begin that process of consideration. So I can answer any questions that you may have.
I got a quick question. You talked about this being transition housing, these pods will be transition housing, and it doesn't qualify as a campground because it's permanent housing. Is there any sort of language in MCL that defines what length of time or some sort of thing, what's permanent and what's temporary housing?
Regarding a campground definition?
Correct.
I don't have that in front of me. There is, I believe there is a length of time that's established before it's not considered, under a campground. I don't know, Angelina, if you have access to that.
Commissioner Strutz?
I've researched the regulation around campsites. Campsite, the purpose of the recreational or the residential setting has to be recreational for purpose is one condition. And then the timeline is 2 weeks. 2 weeks or under.
So if we put up a ping pong table, as I said, it'd have to be, could only be there 2 weeks. Gotcha.
Thank you.
Any other, yeah, you did put a ping pong, now it's residential, it's recreational. It's problem solved. Now you got the 2 weeks deal that you got to deal with, but Commissioner Streps.
Thank you. And Director Rutherford, thank you for moving this discussion forward. I wish that this had been something we had been engaged in for some time. We've had discussion both internally at the county about potential locations for such a development for several years. And now seeing that we need to make some revisions to the sanitary code. I wish we had been working on it, so I'm glad we are now. My questions for you about opening that up and just some things maybe you're already considering. Campsites set a ratio for number of toilet facilities and showering facilities per sort of camp location. Those have been determined to be sort of like reasonably sound ratios for the level of access you need for the number of people in a particular setting. So I'd encourage us to look at a similar ratio to be utilized if there are 6 toilets needed in a camp setting for 50 locations. That potentially that's a reasonable ballpark to look at for this sort of a setting as well. My question for you also is about, you mentioned after the sanitary code is revised, the development itself needing to go through plan reviews and engineered drawings. There are a number of vendors that help establish communities like this around the country, and some of them offer for purchase sort of a drive and drop bathroom and toilet facilities that are already blueprinted out. So I don't know, is that what you're talking about? Needing the blueprinting of the sanitary facilities, and potentially is there some collaboration we can do or support that we can offer to the nonprofit about how they can get you the materials that you're going to need?
Yeah, typically when you're doing a plan development along the lines of this, you're going to have engineered construction drawings. You're going to have, pressurized, you're going to have the mechanism for wastewater treatment, the mechanism for water supply. We're going to need a building layout for, the food program. So all of those elements, I would assume that they're going to have a consultant, an engineering consultant, that can contribute or provide that. In terms of your, preliminary comment, yes, of course, there's formulas that are readily, utilized within, this type of work that allow for us to determine the necessary number of urinals, the necessary number of fixtures. That's all, pretty readily available. So that's not going to present a problem.
So thank you for that. And so I just wondered if you have a sense of what a timeline will look like to get through the public hearing, the revisions, the process that would need to occur for the revision of the sanitary code to be finalized.
Well, if the board puts this on a fast track, that helps. If corporate counsel is instructed that this is a priority, that helps as well. I would think even under the best of circumstances, you're easily looking at 3 to 4 months. Is that, Angelina, is that crazy? More? Go ahead.
Setting this matter aside, looking at the matters that I have now, I have 300 to 400 matters for me alone as a single attorney for the county. I mean, we're approximately 2 to 3 months behind, even on addressing our basic day-to-day matters. To take on a project this size, you would absolutely have to hire an outside firm to take this on. There's no way that I could do this unless I didn't do the other work that we do on a day-to-day basis to operate the county.
I've got a question. An outside group, and this is my ignorance jumping into this, but an outside group purchased these pods, right? It wasn't county money. Do you know how much was spent on the pods? How much? 1.5 million was spent. Okay. Okay, so 1.5 million was spent on these pods that until we do anything with our sanitary code will not be able to be used within this county. Am I correct in that assumption? Okay. And then if we were to do that, we don't have the capacity internally to fast track this or to do this. It would have to be just based on this information, would have to be an outside, we'd have to look at outside counsel. We'd probably need to put like together some sort of RFP or something so we could see exactly how much it would cost, what that time frame is. I mean, we're running against, there's another winter coming this winter. So, I mean, I guess just speaking out, I think we don't have quite enough information of what it's going to take to get there. What we need to do, administration to come back with what the cost would be for an outside counsel to take this on. I would hate to give this to Angelina and say, oh, by the way, here's, one more thing to do, plus the hundreds that you have, but that's my personal opinion. Commissioner Krebs.
Thank you, Chair. We do routinely, work with council on contract with Cole Stoker Koski. Is this, we need to get this accomplished, and I'd like to see us engage them in that work expeditiously. And we're going to have people freezing to death another winter. This will be the third winter that they've sat in storage.
How about, I share your concerns. How about we have by the next County Board of Commissioners meeting? I think that would give us enough time to just get a general outlook on what Cole Stoker Koski would charge us for this. Could we get a price tag by then?
Chair, so I'm not sure that Cole Stoker Koski even has the expertise to deal with it, but we can certainly start working on trying to obviously talk to them and other firms that may have the expertise to bring something back.
Just from my past experience, they do have one attorney that has some environmental health background, and we've used him in the past for particular situations throughout COVID. And he was quite proficient at that. The other part of this too is two things. And they've had these pods for a long time. No one has reached out to me and said, hey, what do you think about this? That just hasn't happened. Nobody's has approached us and said, hey, we'd like to begin the conversations of this. The other part of that was because they were contemplating putting these pods on a Superfund site, which I certainly have some issues with that. The other is we have to be mindful of unintended consequences. So if we establish a modification to the sanitary code that allows individuals to live in units, permanent units, without water and sewage, that's a total new concept for our community. That means that potentially someone that has a failed septic system or doesn't have water could potentially use this to their advantage to be able to remain in that home. Unintended, but potential. And that's the kind of thing we have to have legal vet so that we can protect ourselves, so we don't have a mad rush for people living in structures without access to sewage and water.
Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you. Director Rutherford just answered one of my questions, but I don't know where these pods are supposed to be going. But is the only need to change the sanitary code because of the location, or is it just no matter where it is in the county?
I was asked to contemplate a potential location,
Okay.
which is on a Superfund site. And then in the process of that, we reviewed, we had questions ourselves. Is this, so we've reached out to Eagle, we've reached out to the Michigan Department of Health and Human Services, Laura, to determine where does this fall, because it's a unique, relatively new housing concept, certainly for the state of Michigan.
Thank you. So the need for the change is specific to this site?
Pardon me?
It's specific to this site where they're trying to
No,
put them?
no. The Superfund is another site. If they're going to go on contaminated property, that's a whole different set of eyes that have to be incorporated into the process of due diligence, of environmental assessments, of all sorts of considerations. Even if they found a virgin piece of property that didn't have any contamination on the property, that still falls in the ordinances, that the requirement that we've got to be able to license this. And honestly, we've got to have some oversight in it in terms of moving forward, so that any development that we have, if it's a campground, a mobile home park, a residential development, all of those are under the purview of some governing agency that oversees the regulatory elements associated therein.
Questions? I guess what I'm looking for as the chair of the board, I guess, from you guys, an appetite to move forward and at least go and see what the cost would be to change the sanitary code. I can't say myself personally whether this is a yay or nay good idea until I know what the costs are going to be associated from an outside firm. But I will say, yeah, there was no governmental money purchased for those pods. That 1.5 million was a gift, but we have an opportunity of $1.5 million that have been sitting in storage for 3 years to be used. If that is not going to be a heavy lift from, we're at capacity internally. That's just where we are. But if it's not going to be a heavy lift or expensive, maybe it'll take 4 or 5 months just to make sure we get everything right. But I'm with Commissioner Stubbs. I would hate to go another winter with these things sitting in storage again. But Commissioner Gissler, then I've got Monteith.
Thank you, Chair. You just triggered a thought. I didn't have any up till now, but if they've been stored for a while, under what circumstances have they been stored? And what's the longevity? What's the lifespan of these pods? We're talking as if they may last as long as a individually constructed house, and that may or may not be the case. And I also want to thank Jim for mentioning the unintentional, that's the one. I was always relying on Dale Sugars to bring that up, and it's good to hear it every now and then anyway. Thank you.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So that was one of my questions. And then when we talk about changing the codes, is this just for this specific property, or is that like going to be a countywide code? And then anybody who wants to put something on something, a piece of land can do?
The sanitary code applies to everybody in the community. I mean, you can't just open it up for, maybe Angelina has a different perspective, but I can't imagine we could do it just for an individual.
And I just needed that answer. So with that, are we looking at that?
I would defer that to Angelina.
Angelina, Corporate Counsel.
In terms of the sanitary code, I just want to say preliminarily, it would be my recommendation that it go through a legal review to determine whether it needs to be amended. I mean, I respect and agree that barriers can be easily identified if you look at a definition and it doesn't meet the dwelling unit, but I have not reviewed the sanitary code or done a legal analysis to make any recommendations regarding whether, amending it or not amending it and how that would move. So I would have to look at that first.
And my thought would be, and I'm not a lawyer, but I think a lawyer would tell you that if you were going to amend that code, it would apply to everybody, and how you get around that is with the length of residency. With the transitioning housing, it'd be a 1 year period of time or 6 month or 9 month or whatever it is.
But if I can expand, I think that the point that Angelina is making, and I'll be the first to admit this, is a lawyer may be able to come in and say, you know what, I've reviewed this, and under this, and this, we don't need to do that. So I'm not opposed, nor would I be offended for a consultation, to take effect that will reviews the code and gives us some direction. It may not be as complicated as I'm representing it to be, but again, I'm not an attorney either.
Commissioner Stubbs and Commissioner Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. Being mindful of unintended consequences that, the sort of communal water facilities could be addressed in the sanitary code for dwellings under a certain square footage. So, the pods are like, 10 by 10, maybe. That's much smaller than a typical house, even much smaller than what's a typical tiny home. And also just for the board to, be aware of that each municipal government has its own planning and zoning regulations. So for example, in Kalamazoo Township, you can't have a live in a structure with or without water that's under a certain square footage. And these pods would definitely be under that size. So there's a number of layers that would just, we revise the sanitary code, doesn't mean that there's a pod development that can go on every yard or every community. There's sort of layers to those regulatory restrictions.
Commissioner Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Stubbs. I was just going to point that out myself, that the local communities have their own zoning and their own requirements and the legal things. I would be in favor of asking our administration to at least move forward to see what it's going to take to accomplish this and help our Rutherford and our other staff to kind of come up with a plan. And so versus, I mean, we can talk about it all night, but we're not attorneys and we're just going to talk it to death. Let's get some expertise in the field. Maybe we can find somebody that has done this in the past somewhere else and not have to reinvent the wheel. But I applaud you for bringing this forward. Thank you, Mr. Rutherford. And I would support us just at least getting a price and seeing what it's going to take to move forward.
I think that makes sense. Thank you. Yeah, so I guess the rest of the commissioners are good with just maybe talking to a couple different firms and seeing what it's going to cost to do this.
Yes, Chair. So I believe, so Angelina can actually do the preliminary review first. So we'll allow her to do that. We should have definitely more information by the next meeting, and then we can also determine if additional legal resources are needed on this matter and then advise further.
And this, I know this wasn't the topic, but I know during our retreat a while back, we did approve a different position for her to get some help. How are we close on that? Or, I mean, I guess, is that going to be part of the 2024 budget process, or is that something that we can do within this year?
Thank you for the question, Chair. So we're actually working on that as we speak within the legal services budget, which we use for outsourced legal. We believe there's been savings since having Angelina here. And so we would bring that shift in budget in the form of a budget amendment back to the board to shift that to the corporation counsel's budget to hire a assistant corporation counsel. And so hopefully that'll come back sometime. It's already June, probably sometime in July, I would expect.
Cool, thank you. Any other questions from commissioners? And I think we've got to go into closed session next. Thank you, Jim.
No.
7. Sorry. I'm gonna get something to eat. Okay, with that, we are adjourned. All right, I'm going to call the June 6, 2023 Board of Commissioners Committee to order. Giving the invocation and reflection tonight is apparently myself. Bow our heads. Dear Lord, we ask that you give us the wisdom to make the best decisions for all citizens in Kalamazoo County. We ask that you give us the peace and respect that we can show to each other and to the citizens that elected us to serve them. We ask in your name, amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Clerk Cox, would you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Here.
Commissioner Gisler,
Here.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Here.
Commissioner Mazer,
Here.
Commissioner Morales.
Present.
Vice Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs. Chair Taylor,
Here.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Here.
9 present.
Okay, Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler, do you have a motion?
I do, Chair, thank you. A motion, I move that the board go into closed session is permitted by Michigan Open Meetings Act as allowed by MCL 15.2681H to discuss materials exempt from discussion or disclosure by state and federal statute specified in the written legal opinion of legal counsel on 2 matters. The first being the KLA landfill and legal recommendation, and the second being a matter pertaining to the Veterans Affairs Council and legal recommendation.
Motion and support. Clerk Cox, would you please take roll?
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
9 yes.
Oh, I got some.
I have to go take it to her.
I will make the motion to come out of closed session and to approve the closed session minutes.
There is a motion to come out of closed session and move the minutes and support. Clerk Cox, will you take roll, please?
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Huckler. Not here yet. Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales. Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Stubbs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
8 yes.
We are now out of closed session and back to the regular minutes, regular agenda. Let's go to this one. All right, proclamations, Women's Veterans Day 75th anniversary, Commissioner Stubbs.
Thank you, Chair. So this evening, we are going to bring forth a proclamation. I'd like to invite United States Army veteran specialist Tony Kennedy to the podium. And I'm going to bring this to her.
So thank you, Commissioner Straps. And Commissioner, I'm sorry, I was ready earlier. So I'm Tony Kennedy, and I am, as Jen Strap said, United States Army veteran. And I appreciate this honor, the proclamation honoring Women Veterans Recognition Day. Whereas women who have proudly served the United States in many military roles throughout its history. The roles include, but are not limited to, all the following: soldier while disguised as men during the American Revolution and the American Civil War, nurses in World War I, and combat helicopter pilots in Afghanistan. Whereas women have served as an informal part of the United States Armed Forces since its inception. Women have served as a formal part of the United States Armed Forces since the establishment of the Army Nurse Corps. Whereas in 1917, the United States Navy announced that it would allow women to enlist. During World War I, approximately 12,000 women served in the United States Navy as couriers, translators, among other roles. By the end of World War II in 1945, there were approximately 280,000 women in the United States Armed Forces. Whereas women were permitted to serve as permanent members of the United States Armed Forces with the enactment of the Women's Armed Services Integration Act of 1948. But the federal law restricted women to not more than 2% of the enlisted force for each branch of the United States Armed Forces. A subsequent act in 1967 lifted the restriction and allowed women to achieve higher military rank. Whereas laws passed since 1970s have formally granted veteran status to women with World War II service, have recognized the many contributions made by women veterans, and have allowed women veterans more equal status and access to benefits, opportunities, and programs from the federal government, state governments, and veteran service organizations. And whereas more than 2 million women veterans live in the United States, with approximately 48,000 women veterans residing in Michigan and 1,500 women veterans residing in Kalamazoo County. Now therefore be it, I say that too, okay, proclaimed that in recognition of women veterans, the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners declares that June 12th of each year shall be known as Women Veterans Recognition Day. Yay, thank you. Exciting.
So moved.
So moved. Is there a support? There's motion and support. Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Kistler,
Yes.
9 yes.
Thank you. And we have next on the Juneteenth celebration event proclamation. Commissioner Wheeler, would you read that? And then you do have a amendment prepared? Okay.
Juneteenth proclamation. Whereas the United States was established on July 4th, 1776, with the Declaration of Independence. The classic statement being, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal and that they are endowed to their creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Whereas at 2 p.m. on New Year's Day, January 1st, 1863, using his war powers as president, Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation, providing that all persons held as slaves within any state or designated part of a state shall be thenceforward and forever free. Whereas the Emancipation Proclamation made the permanent abolition of slavery a Union war aim and provided the legal framework for the emancipation of nearly all 4 million slaves as the Union armies advanced. And as a result, after hearing the Emancipation Proclamation, many slaves escaped to the Union lines as the army units moved south. Whereas on June 19th, 1865, almost 2.5 years later, Major General Gordon Granger arrived in Galveston, Texas, and announced the end of both the Civil War and slavery, which read, "The people of Texas are informed that in accordance with the proclamation from the Executive of the United States, all slaves are free. This involves an absolute equality of personal rights and rights of property between former masters and slaves, and the connection heretofore existing between them becomes that between employer and hired labor. The freed men are advised to remain at their present homes and work for wages. They are informed that they will not be allowed to collect at military posts, and they will not be supported in idleness either there or elsewhere else." Whereas Texans began the celebration of Juneteenth in 1866 with community events such as parades, cookouts, prayer gatherings, musical performances, historical cultural readings, with some even purchasing land for Juneteenth celebrations, such as Emancipation Park in Houston, Texas. Whereas freed families emigrated from Texas to other parts of the United States, they carried the Juneteenth celebration with them. On January 1st, 1980, Juneteenth became an official Texas state holiday. Whereas President Joe Biden signed legislation that made Juneteenth an official federal holiday in June 2021. Whereas there is significant importance in acknowledging the people of African descent who were stolen from their land, separated from their families, and ripped from their culture through slavery. And whereas there is significant importance in paying reverence and respect to people of African descent for building the United States' infrastructure and economy with no compensation or reparations to date now. Therefore, be it proclaimed that the Kalamazoo County Board of Commissioners does hereby proclaim June 19th, 2023 as Juneteenth in Kalamazoo, Michigan, with events taking place June 15th through June 19th to celebrate Black culture, amplifying the legacy of Black families, Black-owned businesses, Black leaders, Black historical figures, and Black organizations and institutions who have contributed to the vitality, visibility, and vibrance of Kalamazoo, Michigan.
Support.
Okay, there is a motion and support. Discussion. Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you. I can always rely on you. I would like to propose an amendment that would remove 5 words from the last whereas. The whereas now includes with no compensation or reparations to date. And I know we are going to be dealing with the concept of reparations in the future at this county. And I think to include it here diminishes the value and impact of the Juneteenth proclamation. So I would like to remove those three, or excuse me, those 5 words. Yep. And I'll be happy to repeat those if you want to.
There is a motion on the floor to remove those 5 words. There's support from Commissioner Mazer. Any discussion? Okay, Clerk Cox, will you take, oh, sorry, I looked that way and I looked that way. Vice Chair Ray.
I'm not gonna hit anybody. Okay, so let me go to these 5 words that we're talking about removing. The proclamation talks about the importance in paying reverence and respect to the people of African descent for building the United States infrastructure and the economy. So the part about no compensation or reparations to date, to your point of, we're going to be talking about that later on down the line. It's kind of irrelevant, doesn't really make sense because we're talking about today. And to date, there has been no compensation or reparations for the work that people put in to build this country. I don't think that we need to remove those 5 words. I think they're very relevant to the proclamation and important to the history of this country.
Commissioner Morales.
Oh, don't do that. Oh, I'm coming. No, 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 no. So, you know, my grandfather's grandmother came from slavery. They were sharecroppers that didn't make any money. I am with Vice Chair Ray on this when we think about the blood, sweat, and tears and how America was built on the backs of, we're talking about Black folks here, because we can put Asians, but we're talking about Juneteenth. That is very important because there are only maybe 2 states that have taken reparations seriously and tried to compensate people in whatever way they can. Since I've been on this board, the talk of reparations by board members have been pushed back. It has not been supported. When we look at DEI, we're moving in a good direction, but historically it hasn't been supported. So those words are the bread and butter to the hope that we will receive reparations. I might not see it in my lifetime, but maybe my son and grandkids and other people of color, we may see this. I know last year, a lot of people on this board didn't even know what Juneteenth was. So I hope that you have studied it past what is here on that day. It took 2 years. These people were still being enslaved by their white masters for 2 years after slavery had been eradicated in the United States. So this is a celebration that should not be diminished. And I'm not going to support it being diminished here at the county. And my expectation is to see us all at all these Juneteenth events, like we support every other cultural event that is non-Black in this community. Thank you.
Commissioner Strub.
Thank you, Chair. As my excellent colleagues have already lifted up, I mean, the language in question here is about paying respect and reverence because Black Americans built this economy and never were paid for it. They were never compensated for that. And for us to understand the foundation laid in this country and that it was built on enslaved people is something that we all have to reckon with. And we can choose to delay that reckoning, you know, or we can choose to come together and respect and honor each other for our contributions, our histories, our communities. And one day when we can do that and quit trying to eliminate the reality that existed in this country and the disparity that continues to exist, because government will not fully contribute into recognition of its past. One day when we get over that, we'll move forward even more as a nation. And this board, will support the right thing this evening, and we'll continue to talk it over and over and over until other folks can understand it as well.
Commissioner Gissler.
Thank you, Chair. I stand by my original statement that this diminishes the importance of the Juneteenth proclamation, and I look forward to a very robust discussion. And it's not going to happen tonight, but it's coming. We've got a DEI committee, we've got a DEI director. And one of the questions I asked when we were forming that committee and hiring that director was, how do you feel about the concept of reparations? I fully expect it is happening, yea, verily, as we sit here. So this is not any intention to kick it down the road. I just think it diminishes what is a very solid proclamation by, and I don't want to choose, I want to choose my words carefully, by including something that is unnecessary and is going to be discussed extensively. And that's it. I've said it twice now.
Thanks. And I will use my turn to speak last. Probably shouldn't, but I'm going to anyway. I feel that the strength of this board is listening to the people that know an issue best. If I have a question on law enforcement, I ask Jeff, I ask Dale. If there is an issue and I can't think of an issue that people know more about the history of Juneteenth, I have to trust Tammy and I have to trust Monteith in this. And if they feel that including this language is important to them, then it's important to me, because they know a heck of a lot more about the subject than I do. And I mean, I was one of those people 6-7 years ago. I didn't know what Juneteenth was. I'll be honest about that. I'm learning. But I think it gets down to the point of, trusting each other. And this is an issue that I've got to trust you too, because I just don't know. So that's it. Clerk Cox, will you please take roll? Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner DeLu. Yes, we're voting on the Commissioner Gissler's amendment. And if that passes, then we will vote on the full. If it does not pass, then we will still vote on the full. Or the amended, yes. We're voting on the amendment right now.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
No.
Vice Chair Ray,
No.
Commissioner Strebs,
No.
Chair Taylor,
No.
Commissioner Wheeler,
No.
Commissioner DeLu,
No.
Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
I'm just reading through it. Sorry, I'm just a little confused. I kind of vote yes, I guess.
So 3 yes and 6 no.
Okay, we are now on the original motion that Commissioner Wheeler made. Since we already, any more amendments or discussion on this? Commissioner Gissler.
Are we going to ask Abby to read it again?
I don't think we need to, because it's already been read into the record, correct? Yes, I got a thumbs up from the corporate counsel, so feel good about myself. Okay, I'm gonna hit the gavel here, boom. Okay, we are now voting. Clerk Cox, will you take roll call on the original motion, please?
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray,
Yes.
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
9 yes.
We are now into communications. Dale, Commissioner DeLu, do you want to read communications for us?
Communications, Lenawee County Resolution opposing bills 4526 and 4528 and legislation preempting local control. Livingston County Resolution sharing Veteran Services Department enhancements with other Michigan counties. Eaton County Resolution in support of the Second Amendment of the U.S. Constitution and Michigan Constitution. Ingham County Resolution designating June as LGBTQ Pride Month. And notice of a hearing for the electric customers of Indiana Michigan Power Company.
Thank you. The chair will entertain a motion to approve the May 16, 2023 draft committee of the whole and regular meeting minutes. Been moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. All those in favor signify by saying, oh, wait, no, we have to do roll call for minutes, don't we? No. Oh, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. Approval of the agenda. There was a couple, Commissioner Gissler, do you have a?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. I would like to have us address separately from the consent agenda. Item, excuse me, it's under finance. It's the second item, item number 2023-6244, request for approval to update to financial policies to align language with the Siegel implementation. I think we should deal with that separately.
Appreciate that. Is there a motion to approve, Commissioner Streps?
For the agenda item to add an agenda item?
Oh, do we have to do it for an adding agenda item, or is that just under new business? For the sheriff's deputy Juneteenth thing? We have to add that on the agenda? Okay. Commissioner Streps?
Thank you, Chair. I move that the board add item number 2023-6330, the request for approval of the Kalamazoo County Sheriff Deputies Association letter of understanding regarding the Juneteenth holiday to the agenda under new business, non-consent. Is that right?
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to approve the agenda as amended. Moved by Commissioner Wheeler, supported by Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler. Administrator Catlin.
I believe the public hearing needs to be removed for the drain levy as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true. I didn't have that one. I'm sorry. That's on the non-consent, though. Does it still need to be removed?
Chair Taylor, we just need to remove it altogether. So typically when we're moving something, we move it from consent and then it falls down to new business and non-consent. This needs to come off the agenda altogether.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to remove all drain commissioner stuff from the agenda. That's so there is a motion and support. I think that'll hold the court of law. I don't know. Okay, now there is a motion to approve the agenda as amended. So moved by Commissioner Morales, supported by Commissioner Wheeler. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed? All right, the agenda is amended. Next up, we have public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name, address, and you have up to 3 minutes. See no one rushing to the podium. Can you advise us if there's anybody online?
Absolutely. We have one recorded call and then we will advise on any hands that are raised.
Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners. Good afternoon. My name is Ann Cooper and my address is 2106 Helen Avenue in Portage, Michigan. And I'm calling to leave a public comment for the Kalamazoo Board of Commissioners meetings both the 4 p.m. and 7 p.m. meetings on Tuesday, June 6th. I'm calling today to express my ongoing concern about and opposition to Kalamazoo County funding for the YWCA Kalamazoo Comprehensive Reproductive Health Fund, which is being reviewed in the budget process at this time. If funded, this would spend our tax dollars to provide abortions and gender-affirming care. Our law clearly states the inalienable right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness that each citizen of this nation has bestowed upon them. A key responsibility of government is to protect the rights of each person according to our law. Each baby in the womb is a person, and each baby is entitled to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness in the same manner as their mothers are. Our government thus should not be engaged in killing its citizens, however young, but should be engaged in supporting the lives of each citizen. I strongly support using my tax dollars to support pregnancy resource centers to help mothers choose life for their babies. I continue to strongly oppose funding of the YWCA grant, which pays for abortion, the killing of an innocent preborn child. Today, I saw an amazing article about a young mother living in poverty in Brazil who had cancer and was 8 months pregnant. She refused the option to abort her baby, even though it might hurt her chances of overcoming the cancer. She gave birth to a healthy baby and was continuing to fight the cancer. Let's help mothers like her and support pregnancy resource centers. Let's choose life for all of our citizens. Thank you so much for listening. Bye-bye now.
Are there any hands raised?
Chair, thank you. No hands raised.
All right, that takes us into recommendations of a consent agenda, which is the recommendations of transfers and disbursements. Who wants to read all that? Commissioner Strebs,
Item 9 is recommendation for approval of transfers and disbursements, item 2023-6267. Under administration, item 2023-6247. Request for approval of contract amendment number 2 with Integrated Services of Kalamazoo for temporary parking. Under Board of Commissioners, items 2023-6241. Request for approval of an ARPA advance payment request for playground L3C in the amount of $102,881.26. Under Circuit Court, item 2023-5960, request for approval and signature of agreement with Data Guardian for shredding services for friend of the court. 2023-6163, request for approval of budget adjustments to the Circuit Court indirect cost expenditures for 2023 to agree to the 2021 cost allocation plan amounts. 2023-6164, request for approval for the use of previously generated funds to provide for storage and moving costs of files from Michigan Avenue Courthouse to the old Gull Road Courthouse. 2023-6179, request for approval of project agreement, Western Michigan University Kircher Center for Social Research for program evaluation, the Family Treatment Court. 2023-6198, request for approval of project agreement with Western Michigan University to examine equity and inclusion within the child welfare system in Kalamazoo County, specific to Family Treatment Court. Under Finance, 2023-6243, request for approval of financial policy revision to the grant application and award policy. Item 2023-6245, request for approval to update the business expense reimbursement policy. For Health and Community Services, 2023-6031, Request for acceptance for the last year of 5-year Healthy Babies, Healthy Start Grant Award from the Health Resources and Services Administration. 2023-6066, request for approval and signature of services agreement between Western Michigan University Homer Stryker, MD, School of Medicine for medical director services. 2023-6199, request for approval and signature of a community development block grant lien payoff. Under Human Resources, 2023-6046, request for approval to update personnel policies to align with Siegel. 2023-6185, request to approve and sign the KCSDA 2020 through 2024 collective bargaining agreement. 2023-6186, request for approval of lease agreement with Roke USA Incorporated for a multifunction printer. 2023-6188, request for approval of KCSSA Sergeant's Letter of Understanding for the Juneteenth holiday. 2023-6233, request for approval of changes to Personnel Policy 2.01 and 2.02. Information Technology, 2023-6201, request for approval and signature of contract for professional services between the County of Kalamazoo and Trace 3 LLC. 2023-6203, request for approval and signature of contract for professional services between the County of Kalamazoo and TRC Group LLC. 2023-6204, request for approval and signature of contract for professional services between the County of Kalamazoo and Electromedia Incorporated. 2023-6205, request for approval and signature of contract for professional services between the County of Kalamazoo and MGT of America Consulting LLC. 2023-6231, request for approval and signature to modify existing contract terms with Precision Data Products. Under the prosecuting attorney, 2023-6226, request for approval of statement of work with ImageSoft. Under the sheriff, item 2023-6159, request for approval of change order requests on the sheriff's office, detective records offices, and related spaces remodel project. Move all of those be moved at one time and considered as a consent agenda.
A motion and support. Commissioner DeLu.
I believe this is the time I need to point out under the accounts payable that there is a accounts payable for $330 to the Fraternal Order of Police. I am the treasurer of the Fraternal Order of Police, nonprofit organization. It's for a fundraiser. And I just wanted to make that known that I do have a connection to them.
Okay. I think we're good. Commissioner Gissler.
Just make sure I'm understanding this correctly. When Dale made that statement, he doesn't have to vote, but he can, because he doesn't benefit from the check written to the Fraternal Order of Police. Is that correct?
That is correct, unless the Fraternal Order of Police is paying him a large amount of money that I didn't know they had.
Okay.
And they're not making that with the $300 for advertisement. Angelina, we got corporate counsel, I'm sorry.
Thank you, Chair. And I just want to note that, yes, he can still vote. There is one additional requirement. The transaction has to be approved by a vote of 3/4 of the members of the board. I don't suspect we'll have an issue with that, but I just wanted to note that.
It used to be 2/3. They changed it to 3/4. Because if somebody has involvement with that, it can't be just a simple 50%. Okay, there is a motion on the floor. And Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Strebs.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler.
Yes.
Vice Chair Hepler. Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
9 yes.
Okay, that moves us into our unfinished business and general orders. The chair knows of none. New business. Actually, with the unfinished business and general orders, Corporate counsel, would that be their finance thing that we have to do a slight change to? Nope, that'd still be new business. Okay. Chair knows of none. So that takes us into new business. Item, the finance one. Do you want to read the amendment to that item?
I'd be pleased to, Chair. This motion is to amend the motion requesting on the consent agenda originally, requesting approval to update financial policies to align language with the Siegel implementation as it relates to the financial policy salaries. So now I move that the board amend the motion requesting approval to update financial policies to align language with the Siegel implementation to a motion requesting approval to update financial policies to align with the Siegel implementation and requesting removal of all language on the second page of the salaries financial policy, beginning with the sentence, quote, "The 2023 salary and recommended band placement for elected officials is as follows," unquote, including the chart shown below through the sentence, quote, "Beginning in the 2023 compensation for Kalamazoo County Commissioners shall be set at the following rates," unquote, including the chart shown below.
There is a motion and support, and just to give a little bit of discussion on this, there was inaccurate stuff that was written, or not inaccurate, just it was a typo on salaries that were written. It was written before the previous board had made changes to some of the countywide salaries. So that's why we went back and redid it. Any other discussion? Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray. 9 yes.
So the amendment and the, do we have to do the original motion now? Now, we are back to our original motion. Can I do a voice vote? Okay, Clerk Cox, will you please take roll on the original motion?
Chair Taylor,
Hold on a sec. Yes, Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you, Chair. These documents are these the ones, can you tell me the policy number, the 4 point are these those that the employees had issues with?
I can tell you the number in just a second here. Corporate Counsel Scott.
Thank you. They're not numbered. They're financial policy salaries. And so no, these are not the personnel policies. So we have personnel policies and those will have your like 4.06, 4.07. These are just the financial ones. They're aligning it with Siegel because we use the term pay versus salary now. So this one's a really minor change, but the other ones are up.
I'm sorry, Clerk Cox, you can take roll now.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hepler,
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales,
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
9 yes.
Okay, that takes us into a request to approve option to resolve purchase agreement contingency. Chair will entertain that motion. Do we need to read it? No, Chair will entertain that motion. Approve the option to 2023 6213. Okay, there was a motion made to approve, and what this was the agreement that if that arena property is not built within 5 years, that we have the right to purchase that property back. Correct? Angelina? Yes, that's all that this pertains to. Okay, there is a motion and support discussion. Commissioner Straps.
Thank you. Can council clarify what was the changes we had already established language that provided the county the ability to buy back if the arena was not constructed. I see in the agenda request form, it notes if there's not a construction of a privately funded arena within 5 years, we have the ability to buy back at the sale price. I do not find language in the amendment that notes any longer the arena is privately funded. So if we could clarify what's the revision to this from the prior language we've already approved?
Yes, Chair, Commissioner. It's not a revision. It is, the purchase agreement was approved with that original language that if they don't do the privately funded event center within 5 years, that we could buy it back. And then this is the document that will execute that works out those terms and the specific conditions with that. So the purchase agreement just set the initial term and then we had to have a document to follow it. And so this is that document between the county and Catalyst for that option to purchase.
Thank you. So then another follow-up. So the initial purchase agreement, which contains the language that arena is privately funded, is still legally binding, and that's the requirement for the construction of that arena. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you, Chair. To Commissioner Streb's point, can we update this document so the language is consistent before we move it forward?
You can definitely move to amend the motion before you to add that component, and I can take it back to Catalyst and see if they'll agree. Yeah.
Why would they not agree?
That's up to them. I can't say that they would agree or not agree. I don't know. I haven't asked them.
We're not making a change, though. We're just trying to ensure that the language is consistent.
I would envision, I would hope that this was just something that slipped through because the original agreement was the one that would be binding, the one that Commissioner Strebs mentioned. But in order to make this consistent, I see no problem amending this and changing this. I think it'll take an attorney about 3 minutes or 4 minutes of their time. So. Commissioner Strebs.
So I can make a motion, and thank you, Vice Chair, for that suggestion. So the amendment could be in the agreement item 2 under exercise date. In the event the CD arena or its successive assigns that materially commence the construction of a privately funded arena on or before the 5th anniversary of the execution date. So we would just insert privately funded in item number 2, and I can provide that in writing to clerk.
Yeah, if you could provide that in writing to clerk, but I think most of the commissioners are aware, and I know based on Commissioner Gissler's comments on this, he's very happy that it's privately funded. So adding that in more times, and I don't see Catalyst or anybody having a real problem with this. It's just probably slipped through the cracks. But there is a motion and there is support discussion. And what we're doing is we're adding the word privately funded to the second subsidiary document. Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hepler. Yes. Commissioner Mazer,
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
9 yes.
Okay, now we're into our original motion. Any discussion? Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gissler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hepler. Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray, Commissioner Strebs,
Yes.
Chair Taylor,
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler,
Yes.
9 yes.
Okay, next, the chair will entertain a motion to go into a public hearing to levy operating tax. Yeah. Commissioner Strebs read the sheriff's office, right? Oh, you did move the sheriff's to the non-consent? I thought you read it. She did? Oh, my gosh. Okay. All right. Okay, now next up, do you want to make the motion for the sheriff's office then? 'Cause I thought she read it too.
So move item 2023-6330, request for approval of the Kalamazoo County Sheriff's Deputies Association
No,
letter of understanding. I'm sorry.
we were talking about two different things. I'm sorry. Yeah, you can go ahead and move that one as well. I was gonna have Commissioner DeLu do, that's fine.
Oh, no. Okay. Sorry, Dale. So regarding Juneteenth holiday under non-consent.
There's a motion. Is there support? There's a motion and support. Any discussion? And the reason this came late was, we were dealing with unions. Sometimes they get to you last minute and we only meet twice a month. So we need to get this on the agenda because Juneteenth is coming up. Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner DeLu,
Yes.
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Streb.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
9 yes.
Okay, the chair will entertain a motion to go into a public hearing to levy operating tax.
I make a motion. Make a motion that the board go into public hearing to levy the tax.
There's motion and support by Commissioner Wheeler. I know I can do this by voice vote. All those in favor, signify by saying aye. Those opposed? Okay, we are now in a public hearing on the operating levy. Anybody wish to discuss? Seeing none, Chair will make a motion to come out of a closed hearing of the operating levy. There is a motion and a second. All those in favor signify by saying aye. We are now out of the open hearing. The chair will entertain a motion to request for approval to levy the operating tax. It's been made by Commissioner Hepler and seconded by Commissioner Gisler. Any discussion? Clerk Cox, will you please take roll?
Commissioner Gisler,
Yes.
Vice Chair Hepler.
Yes.
Commissioner Mazer.
Yes.
Commissioner Morales.
Yes.
Vice Chair Ray. Commissioner Streb.
Yes.
Chair Taylor.
Yes.
Commissioner Wheeler.
Yes.
Commissioner DeLu.
Yes.
9 yes.
We are now in public comment. This is an opportunity for citizens to address the Board of Commissioners. Please give us your name and address, and you have up to 4 minutes. See nobody running to the podium. Administrator, will you advise us if there are any pre-recorded lines or hands raised?
Thank you, Chair. No other pre-recorded lines this evening, and it appears we have no hands raised. Thank you.
Awesome. Okay, we are now into reports of officers, bodies, administrator, and controller. Usually has us all in order, but I'll go first. We had a pretty long closed session, but we got a lot of stuff kind of settled as far as where we're going to look for with a lot of future liabilities. I've been working with a couple different commissioners on a couple things, Commissioner Wheeler on some bike signs and little stuff that we can ask for the road commission in the future. And I've been working with Commissioner Strebs on responsible contract policy that hopefully we can get finalized soon so that we can bring it before the full Board of Commissioners. But other than that, it's been I'm gonna let Commissioner Vice Chair Ray steal the thunder today. So
I'm not stealing thunder. I was gonna sing. I have nothing, but yeah, I just want to say thank you for these folders. Like y'all know I like printed material, so this was perfect for me. Although there's no recycling bin for me to throw things away afterwards. I really, really appreciate whoever put these together. And that's all I have. Thank you.
that was 99% Kevin and 1% me yelling. So Kevin did all the work. Vice Chair Pro Tem Hepler.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we have been very busy with a number of projects and I appreciate the board and all of its hard work, that all the board members, our administration, corporate counsel, our assistant director, administrative directors, is that probably correct? Okay. I'm trying. It's been a long day. Anyway, we got a lot of good people working for Kalamazoo County, and we need to take a moment to thank them when we see them. Our cleaning folks, our grounds folks, our sheriff's deputies, our prosecutors, our courts, our treasurer, our drain commissioners, all those folks that work very hard to make Kalamazoo a great place to live, work, and play. And please take a minute when you see the fine men and women that serve our community as law enforcement, firefighters, emergency medical people, for all their hard work in keeping our public safe, and have a great week.
Administrator Cowan.
Thank you very much, Chair, Vice Chair Pro Tem, Commissioners, and audience listening tonight. To address the first compliment this evening among many, Vice Chair, the folders actually were Dina and Lindy's idea. So Dina did a lot of work on those, and well supported by Lindy and obviously the administration team, but we thought those would hopefully help keep us a little more organized. So Dina did some excellent work on that. The folders we do want to collect at the end. However, you can keep items in there if you want them, but we will be recollecting them at the end of the meeting. So please do not take them home. That way we can recycle that and continue using them for the future meetings. So thank you again for that compliment. Wanted to share a few items, and I had recently attended the Michigan Association for County Administrative Officials meeting the week of May 22nd. I want to share with you all too. The first item is legal aid. We were put on notice that legal aid is terminating their lease in this building. They are on the 4th floor of the building. So this will create a bit of an impact to the general fund. We receive those dollars into the general fund and just use it for general county purposes to fund departments and whatnot. That'll create an impact of $16,938. By the end of the year, it'll likely, to be honest, just be a wash anyway. But asked them, why they were considering terminating their lease, and they just said they just couldn't afford our rent. So likely something we can take a look at, but and I don't know where they're moving to, but that was their rationale. I did have a few commissioners contact us about the Know Before cybersecurity awareness training. So every commissioner, all staff also received that training that went out through email. It's not spam. When you're able to take a chance, please take it. It's actually very intriguing. The first one, very short, but the second one, I really thought it was very intriguing. It actually shows a video of his name is Kevin Micknick, I believe. But anyway, he shows you how to almost hack devices. It's just very interesting and intriguing to see how these things happen, and really, helps you keep your guard up when clicking on links and emails. We have a lot of staff now that aren't clicking on basically anything, and they'll send IT an email and say, hey, is this real? So that training is working. To talk about the conference I went to for the County Administrators Conference in Crystal Mountain, there were some things that were shared. It's actually one of the most I'd say one of the most valuable conferences in Michigan. It's only $78 to register, which is just insane. And all of the meals and everything are covered by sponsors. So really costs the county almost no money, but we learn a lot from MAC and the sponsors there. So just a couple of things, well, actually several things. The juvenile justice system, there are some bills in the legislature that are going through, and there's some movement and traction there. MAC is supporting a lot of it. One thing to highlight is that there's movement on increasing our child care fund reimbursement from 50 to 75% for 2024, which would be nice. We're keeping eyes on that. Just to kind of keep you just to keep this in the back of your mind, there's some solid waste bills that are being discussed that will create a tremendous amount of work on counties, government in particular. Some of them are pretty technical on the ways that we monitor leachate and or treat PFAS. So anyway, those may be coming down the pipeline, and MAC is lobbying our legislature on trying to be a little more lenient on some things. There were discussion amongst county administrators talking about ways that we partner just in the community with our other townships and units of local government. So for example, and we've actually talked about this in administration, but several counties actually outsource services to townships such as IT or HR. And so just kind of thinking about ways to collaborate with other townships, even on purchase power to, receive discounted rates, those sorts of things, or even outsourcing those sorts of services. So it was interesting to learn from that. Just a reminder too, that the annual MAC conference is scheduled October 1st through the 3rd in Kalamazoo, and it'll be held at the Radisson. This actually happens to be at the same time as ICMA, which is the International City County Management Association. So I likely won't be here for it, at least for a couple of those days, because it's literally at the same time. But I wanted to remind you, if there are any topics that you'd like to have discussed there, you can send those to me or Derek Merlot, and they can have those added to the agenda to be addressed. And then lastly, one thing that was discussed there, but certainly not least, was that it was interesting. So there are times that the board, this body may contemplate bringing something forward to a vote, to a public vote. And there's actually Muskegon County said they partner with a local university to run all sorts of statistics on voter turnout and the outcome. So I just thought that was interesting that, we might be able to partner with our staff's department over at WMU, perhaps to run some of those scenarios. I just thought that was an interesting tool. And then the last thing I want to share is that our public information officer has been honestly just been knocking it out of the park here with just the employee engagement side of things. Honestly, a lot of it is it's really just a personal initiative. And we were able to create our first ever, and maybe not the first ever, but really reinstate or maybe create the first ever quarterly newsletter that we sent out to employees. And we got some really positive feedback on that. So thinking about just different ways to engage employees on various things that are going on in the county to keep them informed and really, we've received some positive feedback. So kudos to the team for that and Taylor Koopman. So happy to answer any questions, but otherwise I thought we had a great meeting tonight and have a good night, everyone.
Other questions? Vice Chair Ray.
Thank you, Chair. I have a few questions. Can you share the employee newsletter with us? Maybe you already have and I just didn't see it. If so, my bad. The MAC conference that's here, are they gonna look for us to schedule one of the receptions or something, or they just gonna handle everything?
That's a great question. I was wondering the same thing, so I will follow up on that. Yeah.
Okay, and then I also want to know, so legal aid, they can't afford the rent. How much is the rent?
Yeah, definitely more than LISC. So I'll send that out tomorrow. I have the lease. I just can't remember off the top of my head. So we charge a rate per square foot, basically. So I'll have to figure that. Compute it, but we can get
And
that.
follow one more question to that. Do we have a waiting list of people waiting to rent space in this building?
No.
Okay, just checking. That's all I got. Thank you.
Commissioner Morales.
Thank you, Chair. So with them terminating their lease, can we do a counter offer, so that we don't lose that? Because we don't have people running into this old building to lease it?
I mean, excellent question. So that I need to take back and I can discuss with Angelina and the finance team. I know that so those rates are calculated based on our Maximus indirect schedule. And so it gets a little complicated, but we can take that back and research and get back to the commission on that. Yeah.
And IT is looking for space here as well. So. Okay, it's more like how much do they charge us? Next up is Commissioner Morales and Commissioner's time.
Thank you, Chair. Thank Thank you, Commissioner Gisler. I swear, the good Lord been working on you since I've been on this board since 2020. I appreciate your growth and understanding and respecting the culture and yielding to what we know is true that has been spoken to us through generations. So I appreciate you, Commissioner Mazer and Hepler, stepping up to the plate after you got denied. See, it'd be delayed, not denied. So I appreciate you all supporting Juneteenth and learning more. And I hope to see y'all at these events like the Irish parades and all the other things that go on. But anyway, to my colleagues, thank you. And to Administrator Catlin and his staff, thank you. I hope that throughout this summer, you all find some time to press reset and take a vacation because come August through December, we're gonna have to hit the ground. Not that we haven't hit the ground running, but it's gonna be that time again. So that's all I got. Good night.
I'll just take a minute. I wanted, when we had the Women's Veterans Proclamation, I was just going to lift up my grandmother, Rose Wilbur, who enrolled in the United States Army in World War II. So not many women did that, but she definitely did. Very proud and thinking of her today. Also, big congratulations to all of our high school graduates, including Vice Chair Ray's daughter. Very exciting time. Wonderful to see all of that joy in the community. Keep going, graduates. You got the whole world in front of you. Thank you.
Commissioner Wheeler.
I just want to say thank you to administration, corporation council, my fellow commissioners. We've all been doing some really great work and it's exciting. Thanks.
Commissioner DeLu.
Well, I had a long speech planned, but anyway, just real quick, speaking of World War II and the proclamation tonight, I'm afraid one of those things that's going to get lost in history. Today's D-Day, anniversary of D-Day. Haven't heard anything about it, seen anything about it, and I'm afraid as the generations get older, it's just going to be forgotten. But invasion of Normandy, the beginning of the end of World War II, and it's something to be respected. So, thank you.
Commissioner Gisler.
I want to thank Dale for bringing that up. Until I saw it on TV this morning, it had totally slipped my mind, and that's bad. I was embarrassed then, and I'm embarrassed to admit it now. I have been making hay with my meetings with the townships that I have in my district by touting the online newsletter on our website. I know you had a hand in it, but I'm giving Taylor a lot of the credit. It's really meaningful. It's going to have, I guess, 6 to 8 paragraphs. And if all you do is read the headlines on those paragraphs, you kind of get the essence of what it's all about. And you can do that in 60 seconds. I really like that myself. And as I pointed it out to some of the townships, they actually went in and took a look and said, oh yeah, that's pretty good. And I said, and if you like any of it and you want to know more, you know, it works like any other online website. You click on it and you get a lot more detail. Other than that, you're just going to get the Cliff's Notes version. So thank you. And, a little long in the closed session, but it was meaningful. Thank you.
Commissioner Mazer. Thank you. And to Commissioner Gisler and Commissioner DeLu, D-Day actually is, and there's another D-Day and it's happening right now in Ukraine, actually today, 83 years later. Thanks. With that, we are adjourned.